let's see how this works. Ooh. Somebody had a little echo there. Did we all hear it? Am I embarrassed? Hello, everyone. I hope you all can hear me in the various corners of the internet. My preview for Instagram has gone live, but we are live on both Instagram and Twitch. And if you're watching on Instagram, a lot of the interactions I'm going to have specifically are on Twitch. For example, we are going to be doing some giveaways tonight, in which case, sorry, I look so tired. In which case, those will be done exclusively on Twitch because that's how I know how to do them. So if you're interested in any of that kind of stuff, I would implore you to join us over there in Twitch chat. However, if you're just here for the conversation of the good times, well, here we are. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. My name is Rachel Cordell, or Majora's Rose, however you know me across the internet. That's just how we are. Oh my god. Smush, you can hear me, right? You all can hear me? My mic is working. I can see the sound thing going on. Oh. Instagram, I hope you're working. That one, blind. Blind. If someone on Instagram can give me a shout, because I cannot, like, my phone, I cannot access it. I've done Instagram live streaming from my computer before, and usually it shows me, but, no, I am at a loss. I'm completely blind. Great. Okay, we have confirmation from Instagram chat. I love it. Oh my gosh. Okay, great. Yes. And of course, if there's any technical issues, please, as I say to my Twitch chat all the time, I implore you to inform me, because the best way to solve a problem is to say that there is a problem. That applies everywhere. It's gonna be a little janky because I'm operating across two things right now, but music should be going, the party should be poppin'. Your nails look nice? No, they don't. I appreciate it though. I have some chippiness, but yeah, like, oh my god, guys, I was a vampire for like a whole week. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not unfamiliar from being a vampire. I started my first Vampire the Masquerade campaign over on my podcast RP Jesters, where we did Midnight Gravity, and I played my first Toreador, and of course you gotta start homebrew. Backstage Kingdom, thank you so much for the Twitch sub. Perfect, I love it. Being a full-time vamp is very fun. Oh my god, it is a blast. So that campaign over on RP Jester started 2 years ago now? Has it been that long? It's so crazy how time flies. I mean, I know since the pandemic, everyone's been like, we're in a time void. I don't know what's going on. But like, seriously, that show, I have no idea. Is it 3? It can't be 3 years. The podcast is, RP Jesters is not more than 4 years old, so it can't be more than that. Yeah, so I started playing Vampire the Masquerade that long ago, and I've played 2 campaigns since, well, until we jump into my tenure over at Folk and Myth. I've been playing with them. They are a Twitch channel. They're actually going live tonight with the season finale of their show called Demibond. Highly recommend you check out all their stuff on YouTube. You may find me in some of it, but that's besides the point. Yeah, LARPing in blink of an eye in Kindred years. Insane. It literally insane. It feels like nothing. I mean, it is nothing. We're just gonna have an existential crisis over here. Anyway. So where do I begin? LARPing as a vampire. So I have been, my history myself, I worked at a Renaissance fair for 4-ish years in New York, the New York Renaissance Fair. And then when I finally broke away from that circus, I attended Beakeline for 2 years, which, for anyone who doesn't know about Beakeline is the largest LARP in North America. It is up in Quebec, in Canada. And it is, oh my god. Teammates, if you've ever been to a Renaissance fair and you were like, man, I like platroning around with the actors. Full stop. You need to go to like a LARP and you need to find your way to Beaclean. It's chef's kiss. For us Americans and non-French speaking people, you can find fun there. It can be fun. And you mostly rely on your American friends. Do you have to speak French? No, you do not. Although, I will say, there was this one time we were looking for something, and I asked someone if they spoke English. I felt very impressed. In French, I should say. I was very impressed myself. VTM LARP is really crazy experience to the uninitiated. Oh yeah. I want to go to Ren Festival so bad. They're so fun. Oh my gosh. Ren fairs are so fun. In terms of East Coast Ren fairs, sorry, my hair is bothering me. In terms of East Coast Ren fairs, I highly recommend the Pennsylvania Ren Fair. That's out in Mount Hope, I think. That one is, in my opinion, like Disney level Renaissance fairs. Get yourself a Scotch egg, and also all of the cider is house made and delicious. By the way, if I'm looking off to the side, that's because where my chat is, but maybe I should move that around. Get a little bit more eye focus, shall we? But yeah, so Darkness Emergent was my first Parlor LARP. I'm going to do a lot of explaining, so to all of my people who are familiar with these terms, sorry. Not sorry. Actually, I should probably get into some of like the rules of this stream, by the way, because there's a couple things that we're gonna do tonight. One of which is there are giveaways. And I actually want to open the first one. There are 4 giveaways that are going on tonight. 2 of them are Darkness Emergent LA merch LARPs, and 2 of them are games that have been so kindly donated to me by my #1 mod, Paranormal Medic. If you guys see Medic, freaking tell him to go to bed because he's probably up too late. Please. And then say how awesome he is for being my #1 mod, because that is a true statement. Figure out how to get this thing to work. There's so many things going on. So the first game is the game called Thaumaturge. It's a character-driven RPG. I'm gonna read the description here. With a rich story, morally ambiguous choices, and turn-based combat. In a city on the brink of change, use your mystical powers to read emotions, uncover motives, and command folklore-inspired demons, while resisting the temptation of your own pride. And for everyone's information, I'm just gonna go ahead and post that in the link. Post that in the thing. We're gonna open this one up. It's going to be 1 entry per thing. Again, if you're in the Instagram chat and you're interested in any of these giveaways, please come over to the Twitch chat. That's going to be where all the actual giveaways are going to be. Create and start. Okay, so how to enter. In game chat, you say ticket, exclamation mark ticket, and in the Twitch chat, I'm ready to get bait. Shut up, Medic. And you should go in. It might have to be ticket 1. I will confirm people when I see their names pop into the thing.
Thank you, Greg.
Very, very Polish. Wonderful. We get banned on it. I'm gonna test it, and then if it goes to me, I'm gonna turn my music down. Heck yeah, I can. Heck yeah, I can. Queen, did you get loud? Did you get loud on me? Guys, do ticket 1. I think that's... I don't know if it'll let me in.
Caller, you're whiling away the evening with the dead of night. Yes.
Just for the sake of it. Just for the sake of... I'm gonna drop this in the chat also. Maybe I can put this in the Instagram one.
I haven't felt that way since Brad Pitt got married.
But anyway, while that's going on, that's just gonna run, and we're just gonna get in there. We're gonna get people in there. I'll even do this for you guys, which is really funny. Hold on. I need to pull my OBS over. Hold on. Oh, I need all of my bells and whistles, don't I? Incredible. We, by the way, if anyone's not familiar to my stream, I don't know what's going on. And, oh, Quinn did it! Quinn did something. Quinn's in. Entered as a test. Feel free to pass it to someone. No, that's okay. Use the link. Guys, use the link. I'm gonna drop it. You know what? I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna drop this in the Instagram, and then everyone can join. Boom. Boom. Clap the sound of my heart. Excuse me. I'm so. Anyone know the Daughters of Cacophony? Yeah. I'm one of those in real life. Crazy, focused, like business focused, I guess. And I sing all the time. Like a parrot. Like a freaking bird. Can you set a link to auto spam every few minutes? I probably can. I can also do it myself. Boop. But anyway, I wanted to actually, mods. Quinn, would you mind? Just every couple minutes dropping that in. We're gonna run that until about 8:30, and then I'm gonna close it up. So anyone who wants to get in on Thaumaturge, get in that. But anyone who wants to get into the DELA stuff, I just want to give you guys a rundown. So basically, I got two big things, and those two big things come with some other things that are pretty cool. Both of the DELA merch bags are going to come with one baseball hat. It's beautiful. It's stylish. I put pins in mine. It doesn't fit on my head right now because I'm wearing headphones. Need a DENYC? I know. I need one too. Unfortunately, the next one's in Georgia, but I say unfortunately in the sense that it's not in New York. But thank God it's on the East Coast. Anyway, there's a hat. You get 5, count them, 5 holographic Darkness Emergent LA stickers because I'm generous. And so you can give them to your friends because who doesn't love friends? And if you don't have friends, then keep them for yourself. 1 Darkness Emergent LA pin. I have one on my jacket. We could be twinsies. And also, because I grabbed a stack of these, and why not? 2 tickets to the Succubus Club. Well, it's your friends that you saw Victoria Ash. Boom. And now, the things that separate the two gifts. Gift bags. 1. Da-da-da! A Laws by Night. Say it with me.
Feeling better. Maybe I can never get rid of it.
Dyscrasia deck. I think I said that right.
Maybe it will always be living somewhere inside.
Dyscrasia deck. Ooh. For anyone who doesn't know what this is, basically this is for LARPers to keep track of their blood resonances and the abilities that come with them as you feed and you get a different dyscrasia. Dyscrasia? I don't know. I can't read. I never promised the ability to read. But, for example, this is like the card that is available to be seen on the back of my ring light. Gain a +1 bonus to your offensive test pool in a single physical or social challenge versus a character with fewer or equal dots of status. So this is good if you plan on attending Darkness Emergent or want to run a game of your own and you want to manage blood resonances on your own. That's the first one. The second one, which I think is pretty cool, is 1 By Night Studios leather-bound Hikata journal. Bum, ba, ba. Beautiful. Not you. Still has the tissue paper on it. This one's freaking cool. This one is the last giveaway. So you guys gotta wait for this one. But it will be given away tonight. So stick around if you're interested. Yes, I know. Everyone's like, I want the book. Well, you best be hanging out. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? B. Dave Walters on the Instagram. Hello. Can someone tell me if the Instagram's going well? I have no idea. Let's see. Where are we at? Okay, we still have a couple more minutes in the giveaway for Thaumaturge. I'll get into the other game later. There is another game. It is a like stealth what do you call it? Stealth strategy game called Shadow Gambit, which honestly I added to my wish list because it sounds freaking cool. Oh my goodness, my sister asking for my birth chart info? Not right now. I know, me too. They're all the same. Guys, does anyone remember where I was in the conversation earlier before we started on giveaways? Because Lord knows my attention is everywhere. It won't let you? It won't let you what? Honestly, not anything but just helping take my mind off it. Yeah, right. History leading to LARP. Oh, yes! Yes! So, yes, Darkness Emergent was my first parlor LARP. That's what I was saying. Which, if you... That's right, I was like, I'm gonna explain some things to the people who know what it is. Turn your brains off. And, we'll get to it, see. I love my friends. They're incredible. So... Things like beagling. Beagling is what's a buffer lap, not buffer larp. It's not processing the request. That's incredible. Why? A buffer LARP is basically those ones where you're like in the woods, usually high fantasy setting, although it doesn't necessarily have to be, and requires like fighting, sword fighting, foam weapons and things like that. Very interesting. Yeah, it only says 3 people have entered, although I know in my life that more have entered. No, that's okay. I want to make sure everyone gets in. We have all the time in the world. Maybe I'll close this and I'll re-up it. So the 3 people that are in are Genuine Jim, Masky, and Quinn. I want to make sure that we get as many people in on these as possible, because what's the fun of a giveaway if it's literally a 3 for win, you know? Hold on. I'm gonna close this, I'm gonna re-up it. Ooh, should we draw a winner anyway, just for fun? Yeah, see, it's only set to subs? No. It should not be. I'll fight somebody. We try again. There we go. Give everyone their first ticket for free. Whatever that means.
I see that town.
Create and start. Try again. Subs, I love Subway sandwiches. Yes, I will post another link. Absolutely. Here's the new one. New link for anyone getting in on this giveaway. Because I'm not a poser. Where's my Instagram? Where's my Instagram? There it is. There we go. Instagram you can join into. Is this fairy rap music? It might be. Okay, cool. So everyone re-enter because there were only 3. And then, yeah, we'll move on from that. So anyway, where was I? Back to my story. Buffer LARPs. That's when people run around in the woods and hit each other with foam swords and the like. Let me tell you, at Beagling, I've been on the front line sieging a castle, like big castle, little me, with like a shield that's like 2 times as heavy as me and like a sword. I'm really not made for these kinds of things, but I put myself in these situations anyway because I'm hilarious, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt. That's me. Except they didn't really, at Beagling, they don't actually have so much magic, or like, they do, but you gotta like work for it. Like, you are invested in the game. you get magic. Another buff or LARP, actually one that I'm going to this year instead of Beagling, is Drakenfest, which is in Pennsylvania. That one you can get magic right off the bat. But parlor LARPs. So parlor LARPs are, again, LARPs, but you're more focused on your like social combat and political gaming. And honestly, I had a lot of fun just kind of figuring that out. Like, I think with Darkness Emergent, it's very interesting. It's very cool the way they set it up. So one of the big things for those 1d4 psychic damage, yeah. One of the things for people coming from the tabletop setting of Vampire the Masquerade, and again, if anybody has any questions, please like put them in the chat so I can answer the questions. But okay, right now we have Masky in the new one, so anybody who hasn't entered yet, get in. No, I don't want to LARP if it means to set up a campsite if I want a hotel. I'm so bougie now. I'm gonna read the full chat. I'm so bougie now. I don't want to LARP if it means I have to set up a campsite. I want a hotel. That's glamping. You can make camping like real bougie. Like, you absolutely can, and I personally love it. Used to do Amtgar when I was in high school, so I know about the Thunderbolt meme. Yeah. Smush, you made that Lynx look like it's like... Make it look like it's like scammy. What about a haunted cruise ship? Oh, we're getting there. We haven't... I know I'm taking my time because I'm figuring out this this giveaway thing, but we're getting there. Spoiler alert, Darkness Emergent is going on a cruise in 2027. Hold on, we'll get there. We will get there. One thing I like about Darkness Emergent, again, coming over from the tabletop, is that one of the important parts of the game is that you have a coterie, which a coterie, if you're unfamiliar with the term, is your friend group, your group of vampires that will work together on a current target event, whatever you guys are working on. That doesn't necessarily mean you're friends. That does not mean you're friends. But it means that you're working together. And the way that Darkness Emergent kind of has this is that they have factions set up. And the factions are kind of aligned in different directions. So for example, I was with the executive board faction, and getting me to explain what was happening. Let me see if I can do my best. So, so the executive board was charged with helping the, someone correct me, Revenant family, which is a family of ghouls. What is that? What would be the LARP version of Burning Man? LARPing socialism. Revenant, thank you. Revenant family are a family of ghouls, which are humans that drink vampire blood to extend their life and get powers. They were looking to separate from... I know it's you, Tracy. Don't worry, I know. I know everybody. They were trying to separate from the Tremere. The Tremere is a clan of kindred. They do wizards. They're the blood wizards. Trace is like this. Is that Alex? Are you just like taking over both accounts? Is that what's happening? Hello, hello. Welcome to the chat. Arsene represent. Yeah. But basically we had this whole thing about how they were trying to separate while they wanted to maintain like their kind of blood flow to stabilize their bloodline basically, but they ultimately wanted to remove themselves from kindred society, which I was like, I didn't get it at first, but when I sat in, because like during the LARP I sat in on the negotiation with the Tremere representatives and the executive board representatives to negotiate this deal, and I was like, That's like a pretty bold ask. Like so the company, they were a family, but they also oversaw a company that like did research for the Tremere. And I'm like, what a bold ask to be like, hey, we want to leave. Oh my goodness, Darklemix, thank you so much for the sub. The gifted sub, I should say. Okay. At this point, I'm going to close. Well, actually, I'll give this. Is there any? I think everybody is pretty in on the giveaway. I'm going to close this for now. And we're going to draw a winner. And for the winners, by the way, please either send me a whisper on Twitch or... Holy crap! Darklemec, thank you for 10 gifted subs. Holy crap. I really appreciate that so much. You have no idea. That's insane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please send me a message. All of these are going to be resolved after the stream, when I'm not juggling. All right, so let's draw a winner. Ba-da-da-da! Quinn, once again. Once again with the win. This one was rigged. So Quinn, just reach out to me and I will be able to send you the link for the Steam thing. Blah, blah, blah. Next giveaway is going to be the God, I can't read that word. The LARP deck. And it's going to be at, what did that command say? What did I set it for? 9:30? Something like that. Yes. Dyscrasia deck at 9:30. And now we talk, and now I can breathe. Smokin', what's up? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yo, Ian over at Instagram, what's up? Yeah, so listening to this deal with the Tremere, like again, at first I did not really know what was going on and really played into that as a Toreador. I did not know. It's very helpful. Like if you don't really have like that kind of specific logistical business sense. Oh shoot, you can see me. Yeah, I can see you. Your boy Big over on Instagram right now. Super fantastic actual play performer. If you get a chance to catch him anywhere on the internet, go follow on Instagram. Like, solid choice. Ian! Tracy says hi, Ian. I feel like I'm like showing love to everyone for World of Darkness. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. I really appreciate it. Hi, Ian, across the internet. I feel like I'm like, ooh. Of course, of course. But yeah, it was very interesting. It was cool to kind of see the faction plot play out, because also like the thing too about these parlor LARPs, and again because there's so much going on, the storytellers are juggling so much stuff. It's crazy. Like there's I don't even, how many factions are there? Let's take a look. I hear like the frantic typing. Was there 12? 13? 13 factions? Hello? Thank you for the sub. I didn't even see. Where are you? Oh god, I've lost my windows. I've lost my marbles. I've lost my windows. There they are. Ian, you came up here. Max, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Ian, I've converted you to Instagram. Or to YouTube. Oh, what the fuck am I saying? Twitch. Moving all my stuff away around. There's the Instagram chat. Okay. We're gonna pull this together. So, hold on. Why don't I, big brain move, pop out the chat, Rachel? Doesn't that sound crazy? Doesn't that sound smart? All right, wonderful. Check this out, team. Boom. Take a look at that. There's one app for all streams, it wouldn't matter. Well, That's just the nature of... That's just the nature of streaming. They don't want you to be in multiple places. I'm just being selfish. But yeah, so there's all these different factions, right? They all have different goals. Iron Horseman, best faction. I personally was a fan of the executive board. I couldn't get into the boardroom when I attended San Antonio, so I was stuck with Chimera. Did you like Chimera, though? Chi-Chi. Oh my gosh, that was a thing! Like, Iron Horseman, I don't know what your plot was, but you guys seemed like baller. I got an emote. What's up, what's up? Iron Horseman is the best, but I feel like Cypher's puzzles. Ooh, Cypher's puzzles and secrets and espionage. Yeah. Like, that worked less well than I hoped it would. What? Oh, you were doing an accent. You can't. Accents in text is hard. So I should go. Quinn, I was saying. Okay, so when. Gosh, I had points. I had points I wanted to address. I'm all over the place. During one of the last events, they had a whole bunch of the faction, like, pins out, and I grabbed a Chimera one for Quinn, because I was like, Quinn would probably like this group. Chimera is/was the biggest faction. So when I was signing up, I totally thought it was gonna be the executive board, because everyone was like, executive board is closed. And I was like, darn, my personal plot. No, my personal plot. How am I supposed to tell stories? Also, I know on Instagram the text is like mad small. Sorry. Gonna be lurking for now since I gotta finish up side quest. Cool. Thank you. We're chatting. We're going off. Few factions tied for biggest, but that's because there were a few that filled up. Oh yeah. Come to our scene where the executive board but gangster. That didn't align with my character. And also something too about like the character stuff. Like, you get your character approved, and it's. I don't know why I was afraid they were going to like disprove my concept of character, but. It's really just about the numbers and making sure nobody's, like, overpowered. Let me actually, Rufus, I want to talk about the character creation that I had for, the process, because, like, I didn't... I guess I didn't expect it to be so... Like, they give you 120 XP to make these characters... Shout out to Concierge Team approving 250 plus characters. Yes, seriously. Insane. There were so many. And no wonder they weren't gonna shut down, like shut down any character stories. They don't have the time. XP adds up real quick. But see, the thing is about the XP is that I didn't know what to do with it. So like, I kind of gave myself a leveled character. I knew things that I wanted to do. And then I like, basically it got to the point I submitted my character and I had done the thing, like I put it in the Excel sheet, like I mathed everything out. Like it was like, there's no room. I think I had like 3 points left over. And then I get my character sheet back and I forget who exactly, I think it was Nibbles. I'm not sure who did my sheet, I forget. But they were like, oh, I mapped it out and like, this thing here actually costs this much. But if you account it, you're only over by 9 XP. And I was like, I put 9 XP into like 3 throwaway, like 1 points of like a throwaway skill because I did not know what to do with my points. Like I was like, my character feels level, like, and then to find out that actually I was 9 over, I was like, bye-bye. Get rid of those things. I don't need them. You can rewrite once you have a better handle on your PC. Oh, real? Like, what do you mean by rewrite? Like, go back in and, like, move things around? Because that was the other thing I heard. I forget who I was talking to, but they were basically saying something along the lines of, like, a built-in... Yeah. Yeah, they were saying that the points... Once you buy them, they're yours. You're allowed to rebuild for now. Oh, that's so cool. And resubmit. Wow, that's so cool. I love that. That's incredibly useful.
My restless dreams.
My chat, where'd it go? I'm lost. But yeah, like I almost feel like talking some of like the secrets of my characters. There's so many of you players in here. I'm like, do I hold back? How funny that you redeemed to hydrate as I was hydrating. God, where was I? I'm out of my mind. Actually follows the player, not the character. That's so cool. Concierge in the house. I was noticing ST. Is that storyteller? I want all the secrets. Of course you want the secrets. I don't fuck with experience. Once again lying. Wait, Alex, what do you mean by what do you mean by that? Steve, welcome. Don't make that face. Where do I go back to? Which pin do I retract to? Thank you so much for the follow. Maybe next time. Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay, let's jump into that, right? So, talking on the floor. We get released from our faction meetings, which again, the different factions I thought were so cool. I thought I thought they were so. I loved the layout. Focus, retract, pause, breathe. I love each faction has a storyline. I think that's really interesting. I love that it's preset of coteries. You dragged all the LARP people here. We're doing this too. That's okay. I love it. We just have to mind my ADHD. Breaking on from the faction stuff, moving on to the floor. Personally, I thought it was almost like a little overwhelming in the sense, like a personal sense, because it was like, okay, we have goals. And I was like, I am not specifically useful for this goal, but I want to talk to all my people. So hello Instagram people. So I kind of walked into the room, which again, the Biltmore Hotel in LA is gorgeous. So many movies shot there. Hold on. Fuji, shut up. You're distracting me. I'm trying to, but you've ADHD'd me. How dare you? Moving into the space, like, it was overwhelming because I wasn't really sure what to do, but I found myself immediately talking to, just getting into talking to the players, which I don't know why. Like, I was nervous. I was nervous every time we got into LARP, which I think is so interesting. And it's like, that's not an unusual thought. That's like something I was talking to other players and they're like, yeah, like, oh, who am I? You have like a small identity crisis before you go into these characters. Thank you, Quinn. I'm so nervous, right? Like, you're sitting there and you're like, I am this badass. It's meeting new people too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But you know, and there's something cool like about having that character to really like ease into conversation. I was too bonita to be nervous. Is putting on masks. Yeah. Yeah. And I for me, so for anyone who doesn't know, like, me, like, personally, like, I'm an actor. DE word of the week. Bonita. It was. I'm an actor, so I'm used to performing. I'm used to being in front of people. I'm used to, like, putting on a mask. I'm used to doing that, and I have fun doing it, and but there was something so different about the LARP aspect of it. Like, and also actual plays too. Like, I do tons of actual plays. Allow me to plug out the ones that I do. I'm the producer of RP Jesters, which is my actual play. We're currently putting out a show called Blood on the Reeds, using Old Gods of Appalachia. If you like horror, oh my god, do not miss. I swear to you, do not miss on this story. So good. Also gonna shout out Vampire the Masquerade Montreal over on Folk and Myth. They're currently doing their season finale Demimonde. If you like Vampire the Masquerade and you want to cry about it, don't miss out. I'm just saving you. I'm saving you the lack of content. Just do it. I do actual plays. So I'm used to too, like, you know, doing the improv, the character improv. It was not like the LARP, man. I was so scared. So many shows to watch, so little time. Also, quick shout out for Project Ghostlight. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not involved, but I'm here for it. There you go, Alex. Nope, bad show. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Get out of here. Can't forget Hard as a Dungeon. Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, of course. I was specifically talking like horse, but well, actually, you know what? I gotta also shout out, of course, Hard as a Dungeon podcast. If you like poetry, you're gonna go watch Hard as a Dungeon podcast. 1,000,000%. Yeah. LARPing is a different animal. It's a different beast. And yeah, you were saying storytellers and NPCs are nervous too. Everyone's nervous. But I think what's cool about that feeling is that it's like everyone is like on the same page. Everyone is collectively nervous, and nervous because they care, you know? Like, they want to do a good job with these characters. They want to make good decisions. And I think that's what makes it so magical, you know? I wish I could have truly captured the energy of my character, but the social nerves hit me. That's the other thing too. Like, I thought I was gonna be way more mean. I thought I was going to be way more, like, look down my nose at people. And I was just, I mean, I was a little bit, don't get me wrong. I had a couple of mean moments, but it wasn't without me being just, like, kind. Which was kind of the character's MO, so it wasn't wrong. But yeah. I did see a question earlier from Smush that I was in the middle of talking about something, and I believe it was the hotel. Was the entire venue reserved for Fanghavers, or were there some civvies too? So the Biltmore Hotel was not like entirely booked out. It was more like we had rooms for a limited period of time. And like, I needed more time. I needed more time. I needed more LARP time. But I totally understand, especially like if you're working with a venue and you have like normal people running around. You just gotta be careful about mixing those juices, because did I say juices? You know what I mean. Never enough LARP time. Oh my gosh. I also want to ask for my old live play just so people know the character. Yeah, definitely post it in there. Post your old live play. Oh, my phrasing. Blood gets everywhere. Hi everyone, welcome to my stream. Phrasing? I don't know her. I say whatever I want. It was terrifying, children, my blood-covered character. We have fun here. We absolutely do. I say anything. I don't care. How many innuendos can I get out of the stream? I don't know. But I think too, because again, we go into the main LARP room, we kind of had a little bit of like LARPing, and then we had our LA by Night cast showed up, just like so cool, little balcony. Alex, what was your perspective from the balcony? Did you like being up there and reading your paper? Was that fun? Jasper hated it. We know. We know. Just so everyone knows, by the way, just because in 10 minutes on Twitch an ad is going to start. It goes on for 3 minutes. That's so we don't see ads for an hour. I apologize. You girls gotta make some money too. Support your streamers. Or sub. I was totally gonna try and feed anyone beef jerky. Like, wait, what? Because I know people forgot to. Oh, that's so kind. Jasper was so edgy. I need to make memes of some of the. Rachel, have you or would you play VTM Bloodlines on stream? I did play oh no, not Bloodlines. Excuse me. I was thinking of Swan Song. I would play Bloodlines. How do I play Bloodlines? I'm not joking. How do I? Because I have it. I own it on Steam. I have it on Steam. I want to play it so bad. It's on, but what does that mean? Does it actually work? That's not how you spell that. Get supportive mods. I'll find you a link. And it's patched and ready? Okay, then absolutely I will. Like, absolutely 100%. I want to play the game so bad. Great. Darlene edited Jasper out of one of the pics that he photobombed, and now me and a few others want to edit the photobomb of him as well. Okay. I have to check it out. Hello, Instagram people. One Sharp Bards, Dimples and Dice. I see you. Hi, guys. Oh, into other pictures. I can feel Alex's, like, doing this. There's an entire Discord server dedicated to Bloodlines 1. I can imagine. No, not you, Moochie. I want to hear about your Twitter and why is she there? Yeah, I could talk a little bit about that. Because that kind of ties into where we were in my experience. So basically, Alina Harvey, the character I played, is actually, and I did put this in the BNS server, but she is an adaptation of my sire from the Midnight Gravity campaign that I played on RP Jesters. I played this character's childer, who was horribly abused and manipulated. And it was such a cool story that I actually want to write it into like a TV show or a movie or, I don't know, a book or something. But I found an opportunity in Darkness Emergent to find out who her sire is. So the original character's name was Elliot Hargrave. He is the worst. And I decided to bring him to DE. Isn't that fun? Fuck Elliot. Let me note on my wait, what's happening? A week on what? Oh, my homies hate Elliot. Yeah, and I brought that to Darkness Emergent. Because I want to know who the character is, and I'll be honest too, like, oh, you, okay, Caspian, great. I didn't even get to RP our background time more. I know. Oh my god, I wanted to, thank you. Also, like, shout your character names out so, like, I can like, see who you people are. Like, there's just a lot of names, and I'm word blind. Perfect, helps me. For real, only yeah, Alina's not a good person. I really wanted to enact my Caspian tie, although, honestly, with the way that my personal plots ran, thank you so much for the follow. Yay! Dimples and Dice, thank you for the follow. With the big salmon face. Oh, okay, cool. I did see you around. We did not talk, but I saw you. Stitch mouth. Oh my gosh, thank you, everyone. The visuals, helpful. I don't know if we ever met in character. Smisi with bone crown. Oh yes, we had a moment in the intro to LARP. We absolutely did. Thank you guys so much for your follows. I really appreciate it. Come back for the Bloodline stream, which is happening. God. I need to, like, put physical pins into the things I'm talking about. Yeah, we did. God, everyone who I got to talk to was crazy. That's what I was saying. I learned something about the character that I didn't anticipate learning, like in character during the stream. Because one of my personal plot points was that I was trying to look for specifically a Ventru, but really any kindred who could jive with the darker secrets of my plans that I am enacting. And yeah, Dimples and Dice playing the Nigerian prince scam. Are you kidding me? Like, so freaking good. Yeah, oh my god, a whiteboard is so smart. So smart. Fuck, come back to me. But you tried to have me look for a werewolf, and that was scary. Hey, we found the werewolf. Which, by the way, Alex, I was like high-key actually stressed. Day two, I didn't know what was going on. There was so much. It was like everything was like flowing, and then the fashion show, and then there were bodies. 4 of them. By the way, there's a werewolf. By the way, there's a gang war going on. By the way, there's a meeting going on. It was so much at once. And then and then I'm like what was it? I had my Lasombra and my Malkavian friend who were like, "Oh, like we found we found the werewolf," and like pointed out. And I was like, "Oh my god, by the way, the fact that it was Coop, by the way, if you don't know, was like the security guy." Oh, please, we're getting into it. Coop who didn't recognize Coop? Like, who did not? I saw this person, did not know who they were. And then I catch Alex walking by because my other friends went to go find the barons or whatever, and fucking Jasper on the warpath. I'm like, hello, there is a werewolf. And then Jasper just grunted at me and disappeared. And I had no idea if that meant anything. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna stay away from this area. I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm very stressed. And then Tom, who played Donnie, is like in the in the gang war. No, it was the two factions. It was the factions war. There's the two. Was in the faction war. I'm screaming. It's so funny. He's standing there, and Artai, is the Iron Horseman, and yes. he's standing there, and he's like, yeah, I heard that the Ravnos are the next people who were going to be targeted by the werewolf. And oh my god, dude, 10 more subs. Thank you so much. Holy crap. That really hit a bunch of people in here. And taking local nomad. Yeah. I had no idea about that plot. It was freaking... I was lost to me. I didn't know what's going on. I knew there was a gang war. But anyway, hold on, let me finish. So yeah, so he says like the Ravnos are our next target by the werewolf. And I'm like, okay, well, don't look now, but there's the werewolf. And I pointed at... Sorry, are the alerts loud? No, you guys can't hear them actually. My desktop sound is off. Ha ha ha. Flashbang with an ad. I'm sorry. They go for 3 minutes. Tell everyone to go to Instagram. I don't know how many people are in here. 28. I'll pause. Hello, everyone. If you're subbed, or aren't watching ads, if you're not watching ads, that means you're subbed or using a VPN. In which case, hi. Here's a moment, a favorite moment that I experienced. I think right off the bat, I'm gonna show you guys, because I'm crazy. Just kidding, not because I'm crazy. Any Toreadors got a little blue rose? I brought it with me. I got it to stay beautiful, kind of, in my suitcase. Fun fact, if you're transporting roses, put them in your shoes, because they will stay mostly okay. Nellie's blue rose, yes. By the way, fun fact, for anyone who has a rose, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for your sub, your Prime sub. If you want to know how to keep your roses, dry them upside down. The leaves got crushed, unfortunately, but you know, it's gotta do what you gotta do. Hang them upside down immediately. As soon as you get them and you're not using them anymore, like, dry them like this, because the stems stay straight, and they will like, be this way forever, basically. No, not a broken rose. How broke did your rose get? Yes, store them as such. I hook mine in like a closing, like a, whatchamacallit. It's right here, Rachel, just show them. Just show them. Bada. That's the secret. Okay, hold on, it fell. It fell. Okay, our ad's over. Are we back? Last time I got a rose in LARP, it marked me for the hunters who came in later in the evening. What a boon. Who's banned? Wait, what? Ad's over. Hooray! Okay, cool. Basically how that story ended 3 minutes ago was I pointed out the werewolf. I pointed out Coop. Did you guys say if you recognized Coop? Because I did not. I did not know who the random person was. I like did unrecognizable to me. That was insane. Were there a list of boons? From who to who? Hold on, what are we talking about, team? What about the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? It was so dark. It was. I know I lost control. I never... Smush, I think the thing is my chat is normally so small that like, you don't know that I don't have control over chat. I'm just kidding. It's not so small. You know what I mean? I didn't recognize Scoop the second night. I spent most of the night either with Chimera or at the Anarch delegations. Yeah. Oh, the delegations were so cool. I came by during an interesting time, and it was like the only time. There's only 30 of us here. I usually only have like 20 people in here. 15, 20. We vibe. But anyway, the delegations, it was the first time I think I used the heightened senses ability, which was really cool because it was specifically during like the Diablerie conversation and the Anarchs were deciding how to go back on the Diablerie thing, and I was just curious on like what their thing was. So, any Kindred Swifties? Kind of. I'm glad the ADHD vibes are great. But I'm like listening in and everyone's like, the fuck is she listening in on this for? Like, it was so funny because I kept getting, I'm like, stop looking at me. I know so much tea from the delegations though. I skipped the mountaintop for PC on PC reasons. Didn't want to be there. Oh, I'm sure. Okay. Cam said a blood hunt one of my clan. Wait, what? This weekend? Like this week? Wish I was part of the delegations and would have missed it on the our scenes negotiations. There was so much going on. I thought Toledo was handing delegations in the meantime. He was blowing up our coder. Wait, but what? That's crazy. Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to do this evening is I wanted to bring on some people for their moments, and because I am out of my mind trying to like pull myself together. Yeah, I want to bring on Bomb Clancy, who has offered to share a story. I'm really excited. Of course, Toledo can't be trusted. Don't trust Toledo. Let me see if I can get this thing going. We might hear it. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can chat hear? I want to make sure we are volume up. I'll boost a little bit. Yep, we can hear. Sick. And I'm gonna turn the music down just so he took it, just in case. Cool. All right, hi. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So who was your character and like what was your clan and all that stuff?
Yeah, so I started with my Dr. Eloise Cartier-Windsor character back in San Antonio, and so I have played a Stratigoy Ventru from the start, And that really doesn't really have much say out of a boardroom, but it's fun where you have a bunch of people going around as a prince. I'm like, well, I can be a Stratagoy for the venture then. So that's what
Very
I play.
nice.
Yeah.
Very cool. And so, like, what was like one of your favorite moments that happened this weekend, or two even? Like, you can kind of go ham.
Yeah, so the first one was doing the King in Yellow LARP. So along with the main vampire LARP and the intro, I think a couple cool things is what they do at Darkness Emergent compared to other LARPs is that they have like a intro to LARP kind of night where you can kind of like test the waters and get to meet people. And that
Yes.
was a lot of fun because they gave you like little rings so you could see like when people were in and out of character just to get people to like dip their toe into the RP moments. I thought that was really great. And that night, I think I was just scaring people, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And the next moment after that was the King in Yellow. So they had, I believe, four different LARPs that you could do. You could do
Yeah.
the Giovanni dinner. You could do the King in Yellow. They had the high tea with the Fae, and you had 21 grams. I don't know if I'm missing
Yes.
another, but I remember those four. And
Yeah.
so those are really nice because one, it gives you the opportunity to do a LARP that is with like maybe 15 to 30 people max, and
Yes.
everyone's connected, which is really great. And if you know the King in Yellow, I did not, whether you do or not, you're going to be connected with people. And I just so happened to get connected with someone who I had RP'd with because he's a Ventru.
Ooh.
And so, yeah. And so in the King in Yellow, we were daughter father. And I ended up with immortality. So, that was an unexpected um, opportunity. But yeah, it was a really, really good RP and LARP, just miniature LARP. And we got a figure at the end, which was really cool. And
What? Seriously?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And also, what's really cool, King in Yellow, is that the way that they did it, they had a couple random, and I can't spoil it because there's like things that I didn't anticipate happening during that, like the way that they had the actors and everything in there. It was so cool.
Well,
But one of the things
wait.
that was really,
Wait, what
hmm,
do you mean by like spoilers? Like, do you think they're gonna do the LARP again, or?
I mean, I don't know I mean, the King in Yellow is like, not everyone got to do the King in Yellow at this one. So, like, if they brought it back with the same people, I wouldn't want to ruin it for them.
That's
Because, like, if they,
fair. I was gonna
because, like,
ask you about it. I was like, what
yeah.
happened? Like, what was it?
So you basically go through the night as if you had gone to see the show The King in Yellow. And so if you know what happens in The King of Yellow, that's what happens. And so
We know.
in The King in Yellow, people lose sanity potentially, but in the way that they have that LARP in particular, which was a high for me, was that sometimes when we have one shots or one weekend LARP, it can kind of feel a little bit sandboxy, like that's all we have.
Yeah.
And so they had a couple opportunities. They had an envelope moment and a card moment where you potentially had sanity loss or no sanity loss. So it wasn't just like
Oh.
100% guaranteed that you were losing sanity. It was just varying degrees of it depending on how the cards were pulled. And so the interesting thing for my character was that she was a silly goose and she had like nothing. Everyone had and it said goose, like the actual envelope said goose. And
Great.
they're like, yeah. And so the thing is that all of these people had like their characters, a lot of them had their characters weeks in advance. I got it on the spot. Cheshire, who was helping with character creation, conned me into it, and I went along with it and it was fun, it was great. um but when I was going through what was left, there was only like four characters left, and I was like, what the fuck is goose? Because all the other ones were like director, psychologist, psychiatrist, and I'm like, well, these are legit things, and you have this one envelope that says goose.
And you're
I'm like,
like,
what does that mean?
you're like, I'm in.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh, it's a silly goose." I'm like, "Sold. Say no more." But the problem was is that people thought that I was going insane like they were, but I was just baseline because
Hmm.
I pulled the lowest card possible, so I didn't lose any sanity there. And then my card that went into my personal envelope halfway through also didn't lose any sanity. So like everyone else just thought I was at the same level of sanity loss as them, but I was just, I was just vibing. I was just like, oh, this
Yeah.
is wild. So there's probably a highlight because when like you saw on the floor when you do the 2 night LARP, you're with like 200 plus people.
Yeah.
You can't you like you can find people, but like when you're doing the smaller LARPs, you get like 15 to 20 people and you're at a dinner table having dinner. You are doing a puzzle with them. You
Yeah.
are in the moment. And so I think like that was the first highlight. And then
That's so
the sec
interesting. Actually,
yeah,
just to
and it
like
doesn't
briefly pause on that, like
Mhm.
that is like that's so cool because I didn't do any of the side LARPs, and that was something that it was mostly because like I wanted to make sure I had the time to kind of like vibe and way out of my time zone. So like I didn't really hit those, but I was most interested in the King in Yellow because we love the King in Yellow around here. It is my favorite like Cthulhu-esque like Eldritch horror like I love it. So that's really cool the way that you're explaining that. I'm obsessed. That's so cool.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's so awesome. And I think like especially if you're new to LARP, I think that it is a great way to also get more opportunities to LARP in a more intimate way because it can be overwhelming. It can be really overwhelming. And I'm extroverted. I've got charisma in real life. It's fine. Like I don't mind going up to people,
yeah.
but even for me, I'm like this is a lot of people in a room and I'm jet lagged because I'm 3 hours ahead. And yes, in character and out of character, I can do all of the things, but also there's 200 people, so I cannot actually do all of the things. Um, and so I think one of the things that, talking about highlights in the actual game itself was there was a scene. So Venture Dignitas is like a thing. And the first San Antonio event that we went to, I had a in real life friend who had said, I want to have our characters connected.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, cool. I'm going to be a Venture. You can be a Venture too. He's like, I hate Venture. I'm like, well, then what are you going to be? And he's like, I'm going to be a Caitiff. And I'm like,
Yeah, right?
okay. I was like, this doesn't work. And he's like, well, I already submitted my sheet. I'm a caitiff. I was like, I'm just gonna pass you off as Ventru. And he's like, okay.
Oh.
And so through the night, we were fine, but then he went to go fight some SI, and as is to be expected, he was on the brink of torpor. And so I ended up taking about 5 shots from SI. I took 2 ag damage. And I carried him out. We had a getaway vehicle. He lived, I lived. But in the process of that fight, people started realizing because he had a venture pin on, and I didn't check his sheet, but he didn't take any of the abilities a venture would even have. Like he had none of the disciplines. So these people are looking at me,
Like what? And you're like,
and I'm like, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, you didn't take fortitude, like, and you're going and fighting the SI, my guy, like, whatever. So, yeah, I definitely had some other venture who were like questioning it. They're like, we need to take him off your hands because they didn't know that we knew each other and they thought he was just lying and I was covering for him.
yeah.
And so in character and out of character, they didn't know we had set it up.
Oh no.
So in character, they're like, let us take the value of accounting off of your hands. You're so busy as a strategoy. You can't you don't need this mess. Like you already had to take, damage from him. And I was like, nope, I'll see to it. And so I might have had to have pulled a deal with the harpy because they were out for blood because then they started catching on that I was being very protective of him.
Oh yeah.
So so that is how San Antonio ended, and to bring it up to my part that I loved at this one,
Yeah.
um, I I went up to 8 humanity, and my friend out of
Oh.
yeah, so out of character, he was like, "Yeah, throw that character away. I'm never going back to DE." I was like, "Then I'm telling them I killed you," and he's like, "Yeah, I don't care. I'm not going back. What do I
Yeah.
care?" So
What? Oh my god. Wait. That's so crazy.
yeah, venture accounting isn't for everyone.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. See, that's so cool. Like that's what I love about just again, Vampire the Masquerade in general. It's like the political and like social like combat and just combat in the sense of just playing. Like,
Mm.
like there's just so much shit going on in general that like everything is a move. So
Yeah.
bringing that into like a LARP is
Mhm.
insane to me.
Yeah. And the other thing to say is that back in San Antonio, like, no one was admitting if they were caitiff or thin blood. So this LA thing was so cool because you saw like alliances with thin bloods. You did not see that in San Antonio.
Oh
And
yeah.
so yeah, so that was like a very like high stakes ending to San Antonio for my Venture character. So at this one, with her going up in humanity and my friend being like, I don't care about that. The one person, I started the night with RP with them, and I was like apologetic to them. I said, I just wanted to tell you, give an apology where it's due because if nothing else, I'm humble, and I am humbled by your like ability to see things for what they were. And she's not
Yeah.
admitting she lied. She's just saying like you called it before I knew it. And he was like, "No, it's fine. It's fine." And I'm like, "No, it's not fine. Venture are the best at accounting, and I thought that where Antonio's her bloodline is concerned, we put things in motion and we I want to, think that the seeds that I plant will grow into beautiful, plants, but sometimes they have to be cold and I'm like
Yeah.
almost like crying in like character because I'm like talking about killing this childer, but then like they're like looking at me like so compassionately because I'm like admitting I'm wrong as a Ventru. And I
Oh
was
my god.
like, yeah, I was like, well, the unfortunate thing is that, some of them have to go,
Yeah. Yeah.
some of them have to meet the sun.
Yeah.
Some plants see the sun sooner than others, some seeds get scorched, and it just like, yep, well, that's what it is.
Oh.
Accounting isn't for the weak, and the clan lists, they have a lot to work out, but that's not our mistake or our responsibility. Don't hold it against yourself. Don't beat yourself up. And so it was like a really sweet like scene, but also I was like, oh my god, am I gonna cry in a LARP? For this like fictitious killing of my in real life friend's fake character.
No. Yes. Cry. I'm a big crier, so like yeah. Holy shit. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that was probably like, yeah, that was probably like the best scene just because just to go from that boomerang of lying to telling the truth and also like
Mhm.
really playing that 8 humanity. And so going up in humanity does not make you better than other people. It just makes you feel really bad about the things you have.
Yeah.
And when you
Exactly.
when you've been around for a long time, you're gonna feel bad, really bad.
Oh my
So,
god. Yeah,
anyways, I should-
that's crazy. Those were both like fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing. Like um do you, just out of curiosity, while we're sitting in front of like 27 people, is there anything that like you want to shout out or like anything that you do online that you want to talk about or and
no,
that's
I mean,
just vibing.
I'm on TikTok like other people, Sire for Hire, which is funny, being the Venture who just talked about murking someone in character. It's fine. Um,
That's sire
yeah,
dot
yeah,
for dot higher.
yeah. I have actual play on YouTube where I post stuff from, where I also play another Ventrue, but that's Spear of Orthea
Cool.
Ventrue, and she's like femme fatale, but that's Sanguine Wizard, and we're doing a thing called Dust Sound. But that's about it. That's the only place you'll find me.
Very cool. Yeah, feel free
Well,
to post that link in the chat.
will do. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, of course. Oh my god, absolutely. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. I really
Of course,
appreciate
of
it.
course. Bye.
Bye. Oh my god, that's insane. That's what I'm talking about with this freaking game. So I saw some questions real fast that I want to address. So what a caitiff is. A caitiff is a clanless vampire. So you have vampires called kindred. There are all different clans. You heard like Ventrue, you see like Tamisi, Toreador. Again, they all are different bloodlines that have specific powers or disciplines. Caitiff are kind of your they're like your vampire, but they're like your build your own vampire in terms of like the mechanics. But in vampire society, they're seen as a degree below normal kindred because yeah, they're vampire mutants. They are like combinations of bloodlines or you're a messed up child. Yeah. Yeah, genetic defect. Yep. So they're not there are full kindred. Like they're not thin bloods. They are kindred, but they messed up. Torin! Everyone, welcome. Torin, hi. Hi, Torin. Their bloodline is jungle juice. Then a step below that you have thin bloods. Thin bloods are the oncoming of the apocalypse or whatever. Basically, they are, at this point in Vampire the Masquerade lore, the blood of Cain, which was the original vampire, has thinned out so much that it's kind of a gamble whether or not your next childer is the term for your, or child is the term for your offspring, vampire offspring, is going to be a full kindred. They may be half kindred. Which are, again, seen as lesser species, not fully blooded. It wasn't about streaming. I was just welcoming you. It's okay. What happened? Tell it to the Ventrue that Zara's a caitiff. Wait, tell what to who? Yeah, and you will know these last times by the time of thin blood, in which marked vampires cannot beget. You will know them by their clan, the clanless, those who will come to rule. Yeah, I know you did a shout out. I know. It's just funny. But yeah, so that was kind of like the moment that I said from the beginning. Actually, did I say that? No, I was talking about that earlier. Just kidding. There was a moment during the soft RP, which happened, again, 4 nights of Darkness Emergent in LA. The first night in the evening, there was a Seraphin, which is the name of a club, role-playing event. And it was, there was Toledo, who is a caitiff, said something like, I'm a caitiff. And then Dimples and I goes like, ugh. And he's like, hey, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is the judgment I get. It was so funny. In the club, we all vam. Did you see the 20-sided tavern thing? What's up, Chowski? Thank you so much for joining. It was so funny. Real fast, by the way, I did have this, the giveaway is going. For anyone who showed up or didn't see it, basically, the giveaway that's currently happening, you have to go to the link and enter, because that's the only way it works. We are currently doing a giveaway for this Discrasia deck, which is, you know, for all of your LARPing needs. But with that, You also get a Darkness Emergent hat, 2 tickets to the Succubus Club, 5 Darkness Emergent stickers, and a pin if you don't already have one. All my people in chat probably have one already with the hat. You could get the pin for your friends. You could give the stickers out to your friends and then have like a little clan of Darkness Emergent sticker people. And then yeah, and the Succubus Club tickets, because who wants more of those? I wish I got to meet Vampire Rachel. Torin, you met a vampire version of me in a way. In a way. Oh, that's smart. Pinning the link. Insane. Vampire Rachel was scheming. I was scheming. I did so much. Freaking insane. Just absolutely so much was going on. Rachel, I'm always scheming. She didn't drink blood? No, but she marked people with blood. That'd be so cool to... I can't wait to see who gets picked. Me too. There we go. Couple more people in here. I'm gonna have it open for just a couple minutes more, and then I'm going to close it. But I wanted to... Let's see. I wanted to talk about the... We kind of touched on a little bit of everything right now. So much is going on. I'm like, which thing? I have like 5 different things. They're like, talk about me. I'm like, hold on. Okay, we'll just pick one of them. I wanted to talk about to everyone. I know that at Darkness Emergent, there was a Fang Smith named Maven. I actually didn't get my fangs made by Maven. I wanted to give a shout out to Horror Show Jack, who made mine. My fangs. Very cool guy, first of all. Makes really good stuff. He does mail order fangs, which is really cool. And I just wanted to explain to you guys like what that process looks like. Basically, you get a silicone mold and like tooth thing. You do an impression of your teeth and send them to him. Horror Jack actually knows Maven, which I thought was really cool. But he sends you back like a full mold of your teeth with the fangs on them. And yeah, so comfy, no lisp, just incredible. I take a breath. I know I will. Thank you. I just, in terms of just fangs and like the quality of them, I think they're really worth it. These I think were a little bit cheaper than the ones that Maven had at the event. These were, I got the simple canines, and no. Yeah, the simple canines were about like 100 something. I can get fangs and just wear them. Yes, you can. You absolutely can. I just wanted to say highly recommended Horror Show Jack. Incredible Fang Smith. Again, knows Maven. I feel like the Fang makers know each other. I've been wearing my fangs around my house just to feel cool. I know, they're so freaking cool. They feel cool to wear, you know? Alright, we're gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna close the giveaway. Let's see who's won. And winner! Incorrect. We're drawing another winner. Ari! Ari, you won. Quinn, why do you keep winning? What? Why? Have you rigged something? Ari, you are the proud owner of a LARP deck. Woo! So once again, just shoot me a message, either a whisper here on Twitch or a message on Discord, and we're gonna work out the details so I can get everything sent over to you. I'm a werewolf fan, so one day I hope to get a full state of werewolf. Oh, yeah. Honestly, yeah, and those can be an investment. I have a friend. The reason why I went to Horoshow Jack instead of Maven was because I have friends who have gotten teeth from him, and he'll do like the full sets and everything. Lots of options, and just does a really good job with them. So I'm just lucky. You're just so lucky. I've never won more giveaways in my life. The mod fix is in. It's not though. Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Currently, !teeth in the thing will set the link for you. Tonight I become feral. Become feral. So good. Let me. There you go, medic. That's great. It says you have to start the conversation. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So, speaking of Ari being our winner, we're actually going to bring them on to talk about their favorite memories. Don't worry about it? Okay, sure. I'm not gonna worry about anything. So give me just a second. Boop, 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 boop. Skype anyone? You guys remember the Skype call thing? That was like a time. Hello? I remember Skype. I remember Skype. Pepperidge Farm remembers Skype. Core memory. I cannot hear you for whatever reason. Check your input. Uvu? Oh my god. Rip Uvu. Do you remember Uvu? I think go into your like settings, like actual like audio settings. That happens to me a lot. I have like a lot of different inputs and it's like, you know what? Today I'm going to choose your weird old webcam microphone. No idea what Uvu is. It was like Uvu? Yeah, right. IIRC? I think so. I remember seeing that. I used that over Skype for some reason. Because it was what the kids used. I wonder why it's not working. AOL Messenger board chat room. I used like AOL Instant Messenger, which was like a vibe and a half. Yeah. Yahoo Instant Messenger. Yep. That was it. Like that was the predecessor to like all of this stuff. And now everyone who's cool uses Discord. Who knows what's next, you know? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna sit here until I can hear you talk, Moray. Trillion. Yeah, that was another one. You're good. You're so good. Don't even worry about it. I feel like a Methuselah. No worries. Take a second. Figure it out. If you need to jump in and out of the call, I'm here. We're just vibing. The door opening and closing of my sleeper agents. Oh my gosh. So one of the sounds I totally what's the word? I Pavloved my mom because she had like we had AOL and then we had like kids AOL, and I had a kids AOL account, but I just signed into hers because the kids AOL one was so limiting, right? And so I switched her email sounds to the Scooby Doo movie sounds. So it went like, Zoinks, you got mail! And, and then like, I forget what the other one was. But like, then she started going like, Zoinks! And I was like, oh no, I've done this to my mom. It became a thing that she said. Maybe?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, wonderful! So sorry.
No.
My system decided to stop working.
No, so good. We're here. We're vibing. We're just having a time. So, yes,
I feel that.
everyone, welcome Moray to the stream. Hello.
Hello.
So, winner, what's your favorite memory?
Well, I mean, first of all, this was my very first LARP. I'd never done this before, anything like this. So I just wanted to say that everyone was so fucking kind. Like, at all times, if I was ever, like, in a corner being like, I don't know what to do, immediately someone would see that and grab me and pull me in. Like, just, hi, you look lost. Let me bring you into this plot.
That's awesome. Ooh, an echo.
Oh, yeah, sorry, man.
You're so good. But that's awesome.
It was really cool, because, like, my very first, like, I guess kind of Seraphim, I did some soft RP, because I had some people that I was going in with that I was like, okay, you're my sire, you're my broodmate, like, I went in with a family, and so the whole idea was we were meeting up for the first time in a couple of decades. And so we had some soft RP there, which was very nice, very fun. They were all so lovely to me. They'd all done this shit before. I had not. But, like, my first real LARP was the King in Yellow, which fully threw me into the deep end, because to, like, be without spoilers, I was playing a character that fully had a romantic partner, and their whole thing was they didn't want to lose their romantic partner.
Oh, welcome. You love this person you don't know.
Yeah, no, it was very funny, because, like, we had this kind of awkward moment, me and my wife, of being like, hi, I don't know you, and I don't know what I'm doing, and you don't know what we're doing, but this is, like, we're here on a date. Let's go.
How was that experience for you? Like, just kind of, like, meeting and then, like, engaging in, like, again, not really a full relationship like that, but, like, how was that?
It was very fun.
Great.
Stressful, and, like, I wasn't exactly ever sure if I was doing anything wrong. And especially for that, like, first night, I was very much in that headspace of, oh god, I'm gonna do something wrong. I'm gonna make a misstep. I'm not sure what I'm doing. But I kind of got over myself a little bit, because I was like, okay, no. So I was playing the model, and their whole thing is, like, they've got abilities centered around making people listen to them and being charismatic. They can't do anything else. And so I was just like, okay, cool. I'm gonna hold the flashlight and be a bitch. And that was all I needed to do. And everyone was like, yeah, no, that's great. You're doing a good job.
That's so
and
good.
Like, as it became a thing with, like, my partner, as things went on, we kind of developed this thing of, like, we're solving puzzles together and gained a rapport. And then by the end, I got to absolutely terrify them when I may or may not have died in some way and then came back to life.
Wow.
Yeah, which was very fun. I do some work seasonally as a scare actor. So, like, I don't know how to
You're the scare
do
actor.
improv. But yeah, scare acting
I
is
also
very
scare
fun.
acted.
Hell yeah.
I think you during the closing thing you mentioned that you were a scare actor, and I was like, oh, a fellow scare actor.
It was very funny to me how many of those skills that I just learned from, like, stalking people in a haunted house was applicable to go be a vampire for fun in a hotel.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so true. Actually.
Because it was very funny. I remember someone mentioning something of like, I don't want to just cross my arms for obfuscate. I want to actually obfuscate. And the way you do that is standing in someone's blind spot and then jumping into their vision. And it was very funny to do that and then have a moment with that person of, no, Vesper doesn't have obfuscate. They just work in a haunted house. And so they're just doing that to people.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That's so good. That's yeah. No, you know, that's actually something I think is really cool. Like as a scare actor, like when I so one of my first acting jobs was scare acting, and I was really like, you know, you're kind of like you're scare acting, right? So like you're playing a character, and like when you first start, you kind of have that hesitation about like, you know, being weird in front of people. Like
Yep.
there's a little bit of that, just it's like you're about to be pretty fucked up, right? Um
Yeah.
and how do you like, for me, I think that applied to this too, because it's like you're putting on a persona,
Oh,
whatever your
absolutely.
character is, and it's like getting used to that, like being like kind of uncomfortable like in yourself to play this character. I think scare acting really kind of applies like in a similar way.
It was. And it was also very fun for me
Mm.
to not just like use all of those skills, but I was playing a very confident person. And I realized this on the floor. They're a very confrontational person. Whereas I am not. And
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
I'm non-binary. I get misgendered and all that shit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was very fun to play a character that when that happened would fully turn to someone, look them in the eyes and say, strike one.
Ooh. Okay.
And I was like fully keeping strikes in my head of like, nuh-uh, you get to strike three and we're gonna have some flesh crafting business. I don't care that this is a barony and technically an Elysium. I'm gonna start some shit.
It was not an Elysium.
Well, yeah, technically not an Elysium.
Technically not. They said in the opening of their first LARP, like it was like it's not an Elysium, or maybe that was the Meet the Authority. I'm not sure. Either way, it was like this
I
is
think
not
they did say
Elysium.
something of like, it's not an Elysium, it's a community center. And I was like, okay then.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
But
god.
I was like, it was very fun to like talk to who I assume were Toreador, which was either a situation of I would get someone would be like, oh my god, you look so good. Like you must work so hard on your art. And I was like, yes, I am a piece of art. Thank you so much. Or which was like a wonderful like pick me up. Or conversely, the Toreador that would look at me covered in blood and go, ew, and immediately jump on that and confront them.
I I would have loved to like have interact with your character, because I remember like I passed by you a couple times because you had like the bone crown and like the blood and everything,
I
right?
did.
Yes. Okay. So I'm
Yep,
remembering.
yep,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah. I mean, hard to forget. Don't get me wrong. You had an incredible like visual appearance, and you were consistent, and it was like it was so cool.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, seriously. Oh, it was
Thank you.
fantastic. Um, especially for this being like your first LARP, like you did it like so well in terms of like creating that visual identity. Um, I know I did different outfits every day, but that's because I'm extra. Um, but but yeah, no,
I feel that. I went in with like, all right, I've got 3 different sets of pants and 3 different shirts. I'll wear a different one each night. And then I wore my first shirt on the first night and I was like, oh, but this one has so many pockets and so many things to dangle things from. And that's a really cool visual. I think I might just stick with this.
yeah, it was so good. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Oh, you're so sweet.
No,
I
seriously,
was,
I absolutely go on.
I was very much in that mindset of like, I don't know if I'm ever going to do this kind of thing again. Especially because like traveling all the way across the country, I live in South Texas. Like this was not a small thing for me.
Coming in from New York, I hear you.
Yeah. And so it was like, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do something like this again. We are going all out. We are building ourselves a crown. That first night, I had a gauntlet of claws that I was wearing. They did break that very first night, so I didn't get to wear them night 2, which then sucked because that meant I didn't have claws for the big gang fight. Uh,
Oh, but oh, that was insane. The gang fight. I thought that
which,
was
oh my
so.
god, I felt so bad for BJ. He was our storyteller.
Yeah.
He had told us ahead of time of like, all right, guys, your characters could die, so maybe show up with some allies. And we were like, all right, okay, we're gonna show up. Like, we're not gonna go into this alone. And he was like, okay, out of character, I'm expecting like maybe 10 to 15 people. If y'all can get there, I fully understand. If not, but just be aware you might die. We showed up with over 60.
Yeah,
We
like that.
fully drained the floor.
That was so fun. Because also the thing too, right? So I really wasn't engaged in that fight at all, right? And I'm like walking around, and all of a sudden people are coming up to me. It's like, Alina, it was good meeting you and talking to you. I'm going to go die now. And I'm like, what? Why are we? There's 4 bodies and a werewolf. What do you mean? You're gonna go die now? Like what? Like
There was a full gang war going on, which, to be fair, it was like, especially for my character, it immediately became personal because it was a whole thing of I was playing as a Mitzi. Their whole thing is covetousness. And the very first thing we were told by the storyteller is, oh, by the way, all of the things that you were bringing to this event to like bring your status up, you were going to be helping serve all the food. It got stolen and now your reputation is messed with. And so I was like, oh, Vesper's actually pissed as hell. That's how I'm going into this. They are so angry right now.
That's awesome. That's awesome too.
Which,
like I just to hold for a sec, like that's something that's awesome too, that
yeah.
like you were able to get like personally invested in a plot point that, by the way, this gang war team, right, did not start until like it came from like a two Darkness Emergence prior, I think.
Yeah, this started, or it was at the very least happening in Vegas. I think the initial introduction of it started in Chicago, though, of where they tried to make contact with us and be like, hey, we want to merge with y'all and take all your stuff, like take all of your connections.
Yeah.
There's no upside to this, but join us. To which our faction all went in Vegas, excuse me, no, we don't want this. Y'all are awful. To which they kidnapped one of our leaders, like an actual player.
Yeah.
They kidnapped one of our players, beat him into torpor, for which the horsemen paid them back by going and burning down all their havens and writing in the ashes, choo choo MFers, which is where that came from. Which then became, we're now in a full-on gang war with the Golden Danger Noodles.
That's so crazy. By the way, real fast, everyone welcome B. Dave Walters to the chat. Alex didn't get the intro earlier, but Project Ghostlight was Alex Ward, just in case anybody wasn't clear on that. But B. Dave is in here. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Can you tell me how that fight ended?
So, it depends on who you talk to, because people are lying about it.
I'm talking to you.
And I was not there for the finale. So I chose instead of, it was kind of a choice. So my clanmates were so very, very kind to me, in the sense of like, it was very clear that I was a new player, and I was playing a semi-younger Zemitzi, because like I was a child, or like a childer of someone else and all that. And so there were 2 fights that went down that night. Not just the gang war. There was also a fight against an elder that went down that a bunch of my clan was going into. And so my clan kind of made a deal with me of like, look, we need one of us to survive. And we're not sure if we're going to survive either of these fights. So you have to stay out of this. We will give you stuff to stay out of this.
Wow.
So I did not go into either fight as like the designated survivor.
Oh, wow. Okay. But
however, I did hear about some things, including during the Elder fight, which this is kind of spoilers, but I think it's funny. And also you cannot trust me, I may be lying. We had been planning to fake a death during one of those fights, because one of our clanmates was going to have a blood hunt put on him, and we were like, "You're a Zamitsu, just change your face."
Just change your face.
Exactly. And so we were all like, okay, you're going into this big fight. You're gonna die a very obvious death during this fight, and then come back with a different face. However, he actually died. And then no one believed him. Of like his player of like, no, guys, I'm out. Like, this is not my character talking. I'm gone. I'm not here.
Wow. Oh.
So we fully had a clan death that will be avenged.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, so that character died, and then I guess like the character's just dead, like can't come back, can't, like, just has to re-roll, right? But that's the end of night 2.
We're not allowed to use the bombs we had because it was not our territory. But there were 4 separate teams that all went and took out a different lieutenant.
Okay.
And they got most of the product that had been stolen from us back, and gained some more. Because when I say product, I do mean circulatory system.
Yes, of course.
And when you steal from the circulatory system, you get put into the circulatory system.
Yeah. Oh,
so that was kind of like how that got ended from the way it was told to me, of they managed to stake a couple of the lieutenants and put them in.
Damn.
And now everyone's got snakeskin boots.
That's insane. By the way, everyone, an ad is going to start in 3 minutes. It's going to go for 3 minutes. If you're desperate to hear the rest of whatever's going on during that 3 minutes, go over to the Instagram. There's no ads there. Just saying. That's crazy. Yeah. That's like...
Yeah, no, it was wild.
Like... That's insane.
It was also very funny to me because I was like, okay, like when building Vesper, I was like, all right, this is going to be a parlor LARP. I'm playing as a Mitzi, but I don't want to go with any of the combat stuff because I don't think that'll be useful.
It won't be useful.
It won't be useful.
Team, when you're building your Darkness Emergent character, it may be useful to have some combat.
Yeah.
Like,
their whole thing was they had everything in like wits plus awareness. They had heightened senses. They had sense the unseen. Everything so that I could get away with, I want to get involved in this plot. I want to see something happening. So they just notice things. They can't do anything about it though.
Oh my god.
So it was very funny to build them like that. Then join the Horsemen, make friends with them, and then at the event find out, oh, by the way, we're in a gang war. You might be asked to participate.
You might have, because someone from the executive board, Chris Ignatius, was one of the people. Oh my god, another 10, dude, Darklemec, what the heck? Thank you so much for gifting those subs. But. Yeah, like, God, that distracted me. God damn it. Sombers, thank you much for the follow as well. Where was I? Just the... something. There was something I was gonna say.
Chris in the executive board?
Thank you! Okay, yeah, he was one of the people that came up to me and was like, I'm going to go die now. It was nice having a conversation. And I was like...
Well, because we had been kind of told the first night of, like, we were told what had happened, and we were told, like, you could probably solve this diplomatically. And every single one of us looked at each other and went, no, we can't. No. They took blood, now we're gonna take blood. and so we spent all of night 1 being like, okay, we've got to go. Our plot line was around, like, retrieving items. To
fuck that plot.
Placate our supplier, who was pissed that the supplies had been stolen, and so we had to like go get stuff. But while doing that, we were like, hey, by the way, if you want to be a part of this thing, there might be a fight going down, and I know that you're bored because there's no other fights going down here. you could come join us. We did that all of night 1. And we managed to get, like, I think the entirety of 2 different factions to be like, yeah, we'll come with you.
That's so cool.
And yeah, I felt so bad for BJ of like, yeah, I'm so sorry. You were not expecting to run 60 people in combat.
I feel like that's the equivalent, like, you know, DMs and storytellers and game masters and whatever at tables are like, you can't plan. You can't really plan for what's gonna happen. And in LARP,
You
it's
really
like,
can't.
you can't plan for the 56-person combat that's gonna happen. But
It was very funny because the way I heard the way the meeting went, because I didn't go to the meeting because I decided since I wasn't going to the fight, I was going to go be in the fashion show. So I walked in the fashion show.
You did, and it was glorious.
Oh, thank you. When they met up for the fight with the original 45 people, BJ looked around, saw that there were so many, and said, all right, look, you're all gonna go cheer on the fashion show, and I'm gonna take 5 to write some things.
And then, because I know the second part of this story, go on.
And then after the fashion show, instead of the original 45 that had been recruited, they came back with 60. There were 15 more kindred showing up the second go round.
That's the beauty of this event. Like, that's the beauty of Darkness Emergent. You have these freaking core fans, and they party hard. Like,
oh god, so hard partying.
Oh my god. It's insane. Man, your story, thank you for coming on and, like, sharing all of this.
Yeah,
oh my god.
I need somewhere to talk about this, man.
Oh my gosh, other than this stream, like, please feel free to, like, message me, like, we can gab.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely. Before you, like, pop off, is there anything that you want to shout out, anything you're working on, or anything like that's going on for you?
Not really. I mean, if any, like, thanks or nods, I would say to the people that were running the featured LARPs, because I did both King and Yellow and 21 Grams, and the King and Yellow was the perfect, like, shove you into the deep end of LARP. That really got me in the mood and, like, made me love this. And then 21 Grams, I, like, probably one of the most impactful moments I will ever have in LARP. Yeah. That is genuinely inspiring a tattoo for me. So,
wow.
I talked about it at the close. If you were there for the close.
Yeah, I believe that was you and I forget who his name, the priest character, right? Was that you and?
Yeah, Ryan. Or I think that's his out of character name.
Ryan did. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a very impactful moment there. I'll let you share that story, one last story, if you want.
Yeah.
Before you pop off.
Yeah, so Vesper is built from my own experiences as growing up queer in the South. And so there's a moment in the 21 Grams LARP where you can speak to someone who is dead. And so Vesper wanting to speak to their dead family to gloat about how they had finally become a person who they loved, who, like, could love themselves. Except as soon as they got in that situation, immediately fell back into that, oh god, I'm a teenager at home. I don't know how to stand up for myself anymore. And Ryan managed to get me to a place where I could fully cuss out my family, which was just so impactful. And part of that is you draw a tarot card. And so the tarot card that I drew was the Emperor, the person who makes themselves. And so I'm now getting an Emperor tattoo.
That's incredible. Like, I'm actually, thank you for sharing that story as well, because for me, as a creator, as an actor, as a storyteller, as someone who does actual plays, one of the things that I love so much about what I found in Vampire the Masquerade, and I'm sure it applies to other systems, but I haven't quite found it like I found it in these kinds of stories, is that you can kind of get to those, really emotional, important places, and it's very cathartic. Honestly,
Oh, absolutely.
when you guys were when you and Ryan were talking about that story in the closing, like I got emotional because that's what I think stories are about. Um and I
Oh
think
yeah, absolutely. And I was fully crying during that.
oh, I'm sure I
Or
can
like at the
only
closing.
imagine like the impact that was for you, and like that is such a beautiful story. And like thank you again for sharing it here. Like cuz that is what
Yeah.
this medium is about, people. Like
That's
that.
what I think that is part of what has fully hooked me, and like I will never be able to get out of this hobby ever again.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
immediately made a deeply personal connection and went, "Oh God. Oh, this
Yeah.
is exactly what I was looking for. Oh
Yeah.
God."
Yeah, but also recognize too, because that's like also in you. Like LARP is one thing because we kind of can put on a mask and like play out things, but I think there's one thing too that it needs to be mentioned about LARPing is that those choices that you make in character are your choices. Like they are you. They are not the
Yeah.
mask that you're putting on. Just to kind of speak that to anybody who really puts a lot of their emotions into a mask because they don't think that they can feel them themselves. It's like those feelings are your feelings. They're part of you, and I think that's like, God, such an incredible story. Seriously, thank you so much.
And especially I would really suggest like at least for your first time playing a character that is close to home, because then you can be like, oh, gut reaction, what is your reaction in any situation, and just go with it.
Yeah,
And it can be like a heightened version of yourself. That's what Vesper was for me.
yeah,
Of like, this is me if I had the confidence to say what I'm thinking.
yes, yes, just incredible.
Yeah.
Thank
So
thank you
it
so
was very
much.
impactful for me. And so I don't remember what their company's name is, but the company that did the featured LARPs, so very incredible. Ryan, such an incredible LARPer. Yeah, just all of them.
Major nods, major shout outs. Absolutely
Major
insane.
nods.
Thank you so much for talking with us and sharing your stories with my stream. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. I am gonna jump off now to go watch Project Ghostlight,
Yes, go watch Project
because the
Ghostlight.
episode is live.
Go, go, go. Absolutely. Get out of here. Enjoy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you. You too. Oh my god, that's insane. I know everyone's gonna go filter out to watch Project Ghostlight. um, verify my name so I can chat. Woo! There we go. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Reese Monarch on the team are amazing. Freaking insane. We have a couple more people in line here, but I do want to jump here. Okay, there were a couple questions that got asked a while ago. I just wanted to bring those up. First of all, can your character have items that you don't have IRL in the LARP? The answer to that is yes. Oh, Ignatius! Great, great, great. I was like, name. Did they send you the clip? I was laughing before about when you were saying that you were going to go die. And I was like, okay. Before job 2? Nice. Your character can have items that you don't have IRL in the LARP. A story about that I'll give is Leticia, who played a Malkavian named Isabella. She, first of all, if you don't know Leticia, I'm gonna pull up her Instagram slowly. By the way, what time is it? Pause. Starting a new giveaway. This one is going to be for the game Shadow Gambit on Steam. Quick rundown of what this game is. Assemble your crew, set sail on an infamous ghost ship to sneak, stab, and spellcast your way through the Inquisition. In this non-linear stealth strategy game. I love stealth strategy games. Chart a course, develop uncanny abilities, and use unconventional tactics to find a powerful pirate artifact. I'm going to start this giveaway. Again, same thing, going to post the link. That's going to be the best way to do the giveaway itself. I don't know. And then for my Instagram viewers, I don't know. Anyone interested in doing that giveaway? We're just going to run that for a little bit. We're going to close at about 10:30. It was extremely accurate. Oh my god. Anyway, resuming story. So Isabella Leticia was telling me about how she got into like acquiring hats. She wanted hats, so she went around and asked for hats, and how that ended up basically she had something, she had acquired something, and the people around her wanted that thing basically that she had. So she said, fine, if you want this, you have to give me Victor Temple's hat. So they went and they acquired Victor Temple's hat, but it wasn't actually his physical hat. It was like a item card that said Victor Temple's hat. So yes, there is a little bit of imagination play in terms of items. But again, there's kind of a system to that. So like, for example, Leticia said that she went around and she said, by the way, this is the symbol for out of character speak that you would use pretty regularly to kind of explain powers that you're using or whatever. I got distracted again. I'm wearing the hat. I am wearing Vinter Temple's hat. My hat was so sweaty, she was better off imagining. It was very cool. I saw. My medicine schedule is so off, it literally doesn't matter. Sanguine represent, what's that? Half of Sanguine is here. Represent, oh, heck yeah! Hello, what's up, bug? Those rooms got so hot. Wait, hold on, which rooms? The pirate ship out of Miami? That's the Darkness Emergent one. I've lost control of chat again. Bruce, thank you so much for the follow. And then there was another question. Was Toledo involved in the hat heist? I don't know, I'll be honest. I don't know. What did Artie say they were going to do? I need to bother them so I can send me a ghost something. Oh, Project Ghost. Project Ghostlight, excuse me. They are, I believe they're currently live streaming their newest episode, but they do have episodes on YouTube. Fantastic production, actual play production by Alex Ward and cast and crew. Absolutely check it out if you need a good actual play to listen to. I heard people are talking about King of 21, so I wanted to stop by. Oh, yeah. People are talking good stuff about that. It got so sweaty there. I used my fan from Vegas to try and stay cool. There was so much. What game are you going to play? We are not playing game. We are talking Darkness Emergent, which is the Vampire the Masquerade LARP that is traveling the country, which is incredible. Yeah. I didn't do any of the side LARPs, but I was really interested in the King in Yellow because I love the King in Yellow, like the story so much, which is insane. While we're attracting people to stay here and not watch Project Ghostlight, lol, just kidding. Max, I want to come to you next. Did a lot of people take time out due to the heat in... Oop! Yeah, I'm calling you out. Okay, cool. I just want to, welcome to the stage... Bro, you can't do this to me. What the heck? Sent a Reggie meme. Jesus Christ. I'd like to welcome to the stage the one and only Baron Temple, B. Dave Walters. Is your mic working?
Yeah, it should be. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is.
And you knew what this was when you invited me on, so.
Oh, incredible. Perfect. We did tech. I'm going to make sure you're turned up so everyone can hear.
Cheeky check. Cheeky
There
check.
we
1 2
go.
1 2 1 2 1 3.
Your voice is buttery. Jeez, what mic are you using? Is it podcast? Like,
A very, very expensive one. So I get upset when it doesn't work right.
yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, dude, like, first of all, when we like first met Thursday night, like in character, like that was such a cool thing for me because I had been like during the Meet the Authority thing, I was trying to like see if I could just get like a hello, I am like introducing myself. That's all I really wanted. But then having that like initial moment with you to kind of like express like my personal lore and stuff like that, that was just chef's kiss. Just, I mean, you're a professional, obviously, but like that was so good.
One tries. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, there's a bizarre catch-22 when I get to do these things, in that it's like, let's say you're waiting in line for something. It's like the longer you wait, the more you want. But by trying to give more to each person, it extends the wait. It becomes like exponential in either direction. So I just try and make like, I get that people are stepping into their vampire fantasy, doubly so because it's LA by Night now, and you know, people have watched the show and taken this journey with us, and I just try and give everybody a chance to feel like they're part of it.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah, I did catch you. I mean, it was really just you and Jason talking. And then Jason, in perfect Ronaldo character, goes, ugh, you're gonna want to talk to this one, and walked away. Which was just so like, thanks, Jason. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
But
it was.
Go on.
I wish he and I had had more. I wish he and I had had more time going head to head, but that was not the way it worked out. So we had to act polite.
Not this time, yeah. And again, because like as a special guest, and again, original like cast member for the LA by Night show. When I mean, I know that the first season was about promoting V5, and then it goes into the 5 different seasons. And you're like, okay, we're still going with this thing. Now, 5 years later, you get invited to a LARP featuring these characters again. Like, what was it like to step into this in a LARP setting?
It was really great. I mean,
Yeah.
So last year I played Prince Kevin Jackson in Chicago.
Yes.
And I hadn't LARP since. Just again, shout out to Bruce Monarch. Hopefully he's still around. Bruce, a few years ago, actually just before LA by Night, so this would have been like 2018, and I think they went a little while after that, was doing these really rad LARPs at his house. And he'd converted his entire house into the city of Los Angeles. And the way he'd set it up is like, the backyard is the forest, the garage is the Elysium, you know, the living room is another place you can be. And so that was the way it worked, where it's like you were physically moving around Los Angeles by moving around his house. Wow. Yeah, it was Hollywood forever. And that was a really great experience. So, and then I didn't LARP again until last year, where I was called on to be Prince Kevin Jackson in Chicago.
Yeah.
And I made a point that I wanted to try and get across certain similarities between Jackson and Victor, in that they're both Ventru, but to show how they're both completely different. And
Yeah.
I think I did that.
Cool.
But like, one of the things in Chicago, I was merciless. Just every deal, I just drove into the ground. Like, I got the better of absolutely everybody in Chicago.
Awesome. That's awesome.
And then here, over this thing, it was kind of like, that's a good deal. Sure, here you go. Welcome to the Valley type thing. You know, like it's like you want to set up a spurious front for a blood bank that is actually a prostitution ring, which is actually like a human sacrifice ring. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You know, just don't get caught.
Just
Welcome
don't
to the
get
Valley. Yeah.
That's so good. And like, because again, when you made Victor Temple, I remember you said in the panel that like you were looking to make a different kind of Ventru. Like you didn't want to be like the like seedy like Ventru character. You wanted to be a good businessman. How did Prince Jackson, like how did he compare to that then? Because you said it was a different kind of character.
Yeah, you know, enjoy Arcane Society. Glad we could do business. You know what I mean? And I saw more than once when I was negotiating with people. I'm like, clearly this is a trap, but sure, you know. and they walk away like, he doesn't know what we're gonna do. I'm like, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That's all right. You kids have fun. But it was great. Well, so in many ways, and I hate to say this because I mean it kindly.
Sure.
the character of Prince Kevin Jackson is absolutely everything I did not want Victor to be.
Great.
Because again, I did not want to be a black male Ventru who's made his money from crime.
Yeah.
And Kevin Jackson's empire is all built on the back of gangs, drugs, and crime that he's still actively running all over the country.
Yeah.
And they don't usually lean a lot into that in the actual stories, but that is definitely his backstory.
Yeah.
So the way I personified that, though, is Jackson was way more cautious than Victor is, and Jackson took no disrespect whatsoever. Like, you looked at me wrong. I stopped and was like, what was that?
That's
you have something
great.
to say?
That's great.
Anything? No, I didn't think you did. You know what I mean?
That's oh, that's so cool though.
Well, I even did like little things. Like I had the Mandy played my sheriff and Laura Tutu was my scourge. And I had one of them with me at all times. And whenever anybody would talk to me, I would step where they were between me and the person talking to me, like constantly. Whereas like over this thing, I had my lieutenants and I was constantly shooing them away from me. Like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. No, I'm good. No, I'm okay. You know what I mean? Like, nothing's going to happen. We're all right. It's going to be fine. Everybody's here to have a good time. So it's just little things like that I tried to embody.
So, thank you so much for the follow. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes, come join. Yeah, no, that's great. I had another question, and the ADHD got me. I hate it when that happens.
I make notes.
I know. I was like, oh, well, I'll hold on to this, and then it disappears.
Not gonna. Too much good stuff.
Too much good stuff. Yeah.
Well, can I respond to something that you guys said earlier? And if you think of what you wanted to say, feel free to interrupt me.
Absolutely, go off.
It's blanket consent. So it was an interesting thing. You were talking about making a character, and the guest before, I want to make sure I refer to them properly, was talking about how play a character that is kind of close to you.
If you do, yeah.
Well, my siblings in Christ, you're going to play a character close to you whether you mean to or not.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, back during the pandemic, I was running Games of Vampire on Patreon, and I ran about 35 to 40 games of Vampire a month for about 18 months, which I don't recommend. I mean, I ran over 500 games of V5. I've run more than like anybody. And one thing I saw consistently is everybody's not just first character, but first 2 or 3 characters is one of 2 things. It is either who I think I really am or who I wish I were. And both of those, in the act of actually playing the character, the real you will sort of bubble to the surface. Because it's like when you put the mask on, you give yourself permission to tell the truth. And because we had the opportunity to play so many games and get so deep down into those characters and situations, I saw so many players where the human being began to change. I saw shy people begin to open up. I saw people work through trauma, not as a replacement for therapy, of course, but just in the process of facing things. I saw a lot of people come out of the closet. Woo, a lot.
Ooh,
a lot of people that discovered they were bisexual over the course of that server.
All right.
But it's the beauty of the World of Darkness, and you were mentioning before that you haven't found it anywhere else. There's a reason for that, or at least I definitely have a theory.
I would love to hear it.
When you play Dungeons and Dragons, because that's the number one game, and it's most of our gateways.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of what I call filters, where you're like, okay, so you're playing an orc. You're like, what's an orc? You're like a noble savage monster person. You're like, that's cool. And it's like, and now you're a paladin. What's a paladin? It's a holy warrior. Okay, I'm a noble savage holy warrior. Got it. Where are we? You're in Waterdeep. What's Waterdeep? Fantasy New York. Okay, I am an orc that's a holy warrior in fantasy New York. And what's happening? Mind flayers are attacking. What are mind flayers? They eat brains. Well, that sounds bad. Okay, so I'm a savage holy warrior in fantasy New York who doesn't want my brain eaten. I got it. And you kind of have to juggle all of those things until you can work your way down to the human emotion.
Yeah.
The World of Darkness doesn't have that. It's this world. It's your town. It's the internet. It's town hall. It's the movie theater. It's the gas station on the corner. And so you're as much of you as you want to be, or again, whether or not you think you are. It just so happens you're a monster and you don't want to be, and somebody killed you and now you're starving in action.
Yeah.
And so you're like, well, but can I call my mom? It's like, probably shouldn't, but sure, yeah, call your mom. You know, and then you're in the game. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's so true. So a lot of my first VTM Chronicle was Midnight Gravity over on RP Jesters, which is my show that I produce. But since then, I found a VTM home over on Folk and Myth, where I've played 3 characters for them, and I think I mentioned to you my next character is going to be a Ventru. Go on, Here we go, Ventru. But the last one I played was a character that I thought I was going to have a more difficult time relating to. I was playing a Lasombra Blackhand Sabat character who had been like out in war, basically. A story very akin to like Apocalypse Now, which I watched as a little bit of like research for the character. And I did not think I was going to relate to the character because I've never been to war. I've never been like so traumatized to the point that like I literally was like trying to like kill myself, because that was kind of this part that in Apocalypse Now that's like where he's at, and she was in the same place, and I didn't think I was going to find myself. But that show was it's called Cardinal Rule, and it was a 3-episode duet. Each one is like 2 hours, and in the last episode, like I go off because like basically I find out how my girlfriend died, and I was a different person, like and it's like it's like you're saying, it's because you're playing a version of yourself that it's just like that you don't know that you can connect to, but is there and is ready to come out, and it's crazy. Yeah. That's what I love about this game. Yeah, it's insane. It's crazy. I did remember that point.
Oh,
by the
no.
way, but go on.
Well, hang on. No, let me just, because you wrote it down. That's the only reason I'm going to add it. I was going to stop talking so you could jump in. I would add to it, though, that now, obviously, creativity is limitless, imagination, right? But to a certain extent, the ideas that come out of you are coming out of you.
Yes.
If you weren't capable of conceptualizing a person that had lived those experiences, you would not have created that. Like, now I know you're an actress. Somebody could hand you a script that is something you'd never think of in a million years.
Yep.
But at least when you're coming up with characters, they're built out of the building blocks of you. So of course you're capable of doing it.
Yes. 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 That is such an important part of that. Yes. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying all of that. That is so cool. Okay, so the thing, I have to address some rumors.
My body's ready.
That I heard during the LARP about Baron Temple.
Wow. Yeah. Wait. I mean, come on.
I heard some rumors, and this was a plot line that I didn't really know was going on, but people kept talking about it.
Sure.
How's the bank account doing?
Y'all, the bank account is fine. Let me tell you something.
I heard something about maybe selling a helicopter to cover some payments. I just wanted to check in.
First of all, one of them, I don't even use that one. Here's the thing, y'all. Of course, whenever strange kindred are coming to town, everybody's like, I'm gonna rob the Baron. Yeah, of course. They don't even know where my soft targets are. Okay. Some of my decoy accounts got breached. What they don't realize is I know who did all the breaching.
Of
course.
So
like I was busy trying to be like a good host, and then sometimes you set some traps out there and you let the rats catch themselves. Like, obviously, it is such a low bar. The only thing. Actually, and I think you're gonna get to this with your second rumor, but I'm gonna let you give me your second rumor because I have a combined response.
I mean, I actually only know the first one. Do you know of the second one?
Oh, I know of like 12.
Okay.
Of course. Well, here's the thing. Listen.
What was my second one then?
Listen, if they're not telling lies about you, you're not making moves. if you want to make it in business in Los Angeles, that's one of the things you got to remember. Okay, doesn't matter what they say as long as they spell your name right. One of the other ones. One of the other ones that was going around was that somehow I was in league with the hunters and I was simultaneously behind the attack that both did and did not happen. And I am offended, and I'm offended. And you know why I'm offended?
Why?
Because if I was going to hit somebody, they'd be hit. Like it wasn't even the implication that I was collaborating with the hunters, which is flatly false, but that I was collaborating with the hunters badly. You guys.
See, I didn't hear that one, but I wouldn't have believed it as a devout anarch because there was no way. That's a Camarilla lie. Mm-hmm.
Camarilla lie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like them saying I don't have any money. Mm-hmm.
I mean, the other one I was spreading around, or not spreading because it was totally true, that Ronaldo was actually a Sabat loyalist in disguise. And I heard that one. Who knows?
maybe don't say that around him, but yeah, maybe.
Of course, you don't say that to him. You say that to everyone else.
I mean, yeah, he's old school. That sounds like something he would do.
Right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking. I heard Victor kidnapped Nines. Everyone was saying Nines in chat.
So again,
Addressing
now
the
that one
numbers.
was flattering. That one was flattering because I was like, you guys thought I got over on Rodriguez? Oh my God, you guys. It was like the exact opposite. Like, how dare you think I'd be bad at, my conspiratorial dealings, but if I'm that good at my conspiratorial dealings, great, sure, yeah, I love it.
Victor Temple
Also,
is
what do you mean trying? Yeah.
Tried, but again.
We mean trying. It's listen, okay. This is what you guys got to understand. All right, so I spent quite a lot of time with our young our young Baroness out of Chicago, where I attempted to explain to her there's some things that you got to like learn if you're going to do this dance. Now, the difference between the Cam and the Anarchs is the Cam have a singularity of purpose. Everybody knows their place, right? And there's an order, and there's nothing wrong with order and structure. In fact, it's good because otherwise you have actual anarchy, not our kind of anarchy. And all barons are is less effective princes. We do all the same crap that the prince does. The difference is you got to make people feel like they have more choice in the matter, that they have a longer leash, that they're doing these things because they want to do them. That's all. And I will tell you the number one secret of actually getting and keeping power in this world and in the world of darkness, but also the human world, you never go wrong with appealing to self-interest. Don't ever come at a person asking how they're helping you. Come at them with how you're helping them.
Heck yeah, that's great. That's great.
I think Willow Lysander understood.
Maybe. BJ, do you have any like memories specifically from like this event that like really like were highlighted to you?
You know,
I know you dealt with so much. I know there was so much going on.
Yeah, it's a lot. Whenever I do like these events, D&D and Castle and stuff like that, it is unfortunately kind of a blur because so much is happening.
Oh yeah.
And I have to really like stop and remind myself to be mindful. And it was hilarious because we were doing our little like pregame session with all the storytellers on I mean not like, before a football game pregame. I mean actual, actual. Yeah, that was at the event. This was like talking about the event. And we're going down the list of all the things that are happening. And Jimmy just says midway through, he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize that over half of these plot lines involve fucking with Victor." And I'm like, "Yeah, Jimmy, they do. They do. Yeah. It's like you watched the show, Jimmy. Yeah. Like, if somehow I'll still be the jerk at the end of it, because everybody else got these like beautiful, heartfelt growth arcs and these like delightful like tributes to their characters. You know what I got? Robbed. That's what I got.
Is
Yeah.
that the update on the money? You got robbed?
Again, you don't even know where the money is. Not where the real money is. Come on, man. I'm not new.
That's so funny.
But what I will say about the psychology of these things, though, you got to understand.
Yes.
Part of these events
Mhm.
is you want to be able to walk up and put your finger in the prince's chest. You know,
Oh,
you
yeah.
want to be able to square up on the Baron. You want to be able to walk up and get sassy.
Yeah.
And like the world can accept that to a point. Here's what I will say. Everybody was nice to my face. But for those of you that aren't familiar, who have only ever seen LA by Night or not seen LA by Night, I'm like gigantic. I'm like 6'9", 300 pounds. So there's lots of people that meant to get sassy until they see me. And then they're like, I'm like, yeah, it's harder than you thought, isn't it? Great. Yeah. Good times. Good times. Tip your servers.
Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh my, yeah, I had such a great time talking to you. That was pretty funny though, the Instagram video we did where B Dave goes, "We should do a video. Why don't you say what your plans are?" I'm like, "Oh, what my plans really are?" And so I say, "I'm gonna manipulate them all." And then you roll in like, "I'm sorry, I heard you say you have plans for LA." And like, that was so good. That was so fun doing that little video with you.
That was a lot of fun. And I think really it's hard to nail down just one moment. I mean, that is such a cop out, of course, but it's like I just tried every time I saw somebody sort of like standing on the wall,
Yeah.
I just tried to do something to bring them into it.
That's
You know,
so
I'd walk
cool.
up and talk to them. I'd send someone to talk to them. Whenever I got a boon from someone, I immediately gave it to someone else that I'm like, see that guy owes you. Make sure he pays up. You know, like
That's great.
Yeah. I mean, I look at myself as sort of like a spoke that the wheel is kind of turning around,
Yeah.
because we're not there for me, you know?
Yeah.
We're there to facilitate everyone else's experience.
Yeah.
And in that, I am having a good time.
Yeah.
And I guess to answer your very first question, it felt wonderful because, you know, you've had gigs.
Yeah.
And you've had shows that, you know, ran their course, and you never know, are you gonna get to put that mask on again? I think we were very fortunate that we got to capture a very unique lightning in a bottle at a very unique time.
Yeah.
And you never know if you'll get to revisit that. I mean, again, while there's life, there's hope, you know, as long as we're all alive, you never know.
Oh yeah.
So, but getting to actually do it. And I mean, it would have been great if Erica had been there. It would have been great if Josephine had been there. But I
sure.
mean, I think we captured the essence of the experience, not just for the guests, but also for ourselves. That's why I was taking so many pictures. That it's like, in that one that I posted, because I shared all of my pictures, by the way. I'm B Dave Walters on all the socials. If you want literally hundreds of pictures and videos from the weekend, they're up on all my walls. But that one that I used is kind of the cover of this, like we're in the Biltmore lobby, and the Biltmore is a big deal if you're from LA, by the way, or spending time here.
Yeah.
And it's like just us, like we own the place. I was like, hell yeah, hang that in hang that in my mausoleum. You know?
Oh yeah. No, that was such a great picture. I mean, God, the whole thing, like, again, like you said, like you were creating that kind of energy, and of course it would have been great to have the full cast there, but yeah, you guys definitely did a fantastic job at capturing the energy. And I know the storytellers starting the whole story with bringing X out of the bottom of the ocean really kind of helped capture that this was a continuation of that narrative, and it felt like you guys were like just putting on old shoes. Like it was so cool to see and interact, especially as somebody who was like a fan of the show for at least since I started playing and learning about LA by Night, and like just fantastic.
Well, thank you for that. You know, it's
Yeah.
funny because Sin called me and she's like, "Are you ready to get back to being Victor? You know, do you remember how to do it?" And every time I tell people, I'm like, "Victor is me. I don't. It's nothing. There is no gap between sense and stimulus." When I know like what to do or how he would respond, it's like just like boom, let's do it. Yeah, but it's not to tell anyone else's stories that but you know a lot of life has happened to all of us, and it's in some of us those characters at the time were informed by things that are no longer the case. I mean things like you know bad breakups for instance that like don't hurt anymore, you know. And so it takes like more effort to be like, oh, I'm in this place, you know. But for me it's just you know congratulations on the win, Grim.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
realized like this
it's
giveaway is going, and we have to get to the big giveaway in a couple minutes. So it's like,
y- I know you're nearing the end of at least your playing stream and there was other people that were coming on, so don't let me soak up all the oxygen here. I'll
oh
talk all night.
yeah, no, I'll I mean, this stream will go until I stop partying. I usually
Hey,
stream until 11 p.m. Eastern, but you know, I'll party. But yeah, how about we'll swap you if you feel like coming back on and talking afterwards if I'm still going. If you don't have anything else to do, we could always keep going.
listen,
But
I tell you what, here's another one of those baronial lessons. We
uh-huh.
don't like sharing, so we'll figure out a time that I'll come and I can have you all to myself. You, me and chat. You, me and chat. Yeah, us collectively.
Hello.
And
Heck,
I'll tell you anything that you want.
heck yeah. No, we'll set up something for sure.
Fantastic. And again, for all of you that attended, thank you for coming. Those of you that are thinking about coming to Atlanta, coming next year, if you have the opportunity, please do it. If you ever watched LA by Night, thank you. If you haven't watched LA by Night, the first three seasons are up on Geek and Sundry YouTube. Seasons 4 and 5 are on World of Darkness YouTube. It was quite an adventure that I was blessed and honored to be a part of. So thank all of you.
Are you coming back for 2020 for the cruise? Dark Lamek wants to know about the cruise.
So here's the thing. This is what I'm terrible about. I don't know what I'm supposed to know about the cruise, so I don't want to say the wrong thing, except I will probably be on the cruise. Unfortunately, I will not be in Atlanta. I had already committed to D&D in a castle that first week in November, so I can't do it. But I will almost certainly be back in 2027 and whatever comes afterwards.
Awesome. Awesome. Heck yeah. It was wonderful
All right.
chatting with you. And we
Thank
will talk
you.
again.
All righty. Y'all have a good one.
Have a
Be
good
good or
night.
be good at it.
Have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, while we're kind of before we jump into Max, I'm gonna pull you up in just a second. Let's talk about the future events and stuff because I think these are really, really important. Like for anyone considering coming to a Darkness Immersion event, the next the next one that's coming up is Darkness Emergent in Georgia. I believe if I set up the whole thing specifically to isn't it what is the best way? I messed it up. There's a link somewhere out there. Oh, there we go. Atlanta. You can get the tickets up at least. I was gonna pull up the website, but you know the drill. Darkness Emergent in Atlanta. The dates November 6th through 9th of this year. So if you're like, oh my god, I wish I went to Darkness Emergent in LA, I have to wait so long until the next one. No, you don't. It's in Georgia this November. The first weekend, I imagine. Those are single digit dates. For the basic package, like if you're just buying like the lowest level of ticket, this is basically what you get with it. So oh, interesting. What's the tea? Okay. So yeah. 2 nights of admission to Darkness Emergent Atlanta. I believe those are just the LARP days themselves, right? Because it is 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a 4-day event, right? So there's going to be 2 nights of LARPing themselves. Tray past hors d'oeuvre, serve both nights. Oh my goodness. There's just Hors d'oeuvres on both nights? There's food? I didn't even read through all of this. Entry to exclusive keynote session. That's always good. We love keynotes. Are you kidding me? We love updates. We are fans of the brand, all right? I love it. Purchase of 3 featured games. Those will be announced in the future. Entry to Seraphim. Seraphim was a fantastic after-hours soft RP social. It was so good. Like, this year, loved it. I absolutely was... I loved it so much. Entry to community after-hour gatherings each evening. So that was like, if we're going to talk about the karaoke just for a brief moment, what a fantastic time. They definitely needed lighting, and they definitely needed ambiance. I'm not going to tell you that when I walked in, it wasn't like, oh boy, we got to pump the party up in here. But we did, and it was successful, and it was a fucking great time. And the thing is about these events is that people make the events. 100%. It's not about all of that other stuff, but, you know, like when you get a fish tank and you have a couple fish in it, sometimes you give them the pretty rocks and stuff, and, like, we vibe. Will, thank you so much for popping in. But Seraphim was fantastic. Sorry, the karaoke was just, it was so good. The people made the karaoke, and I did not actually do the trivia night, which was kind of unfortunate, but I'm sure that was also awesome. Commemorative Darkness Emergent Atlanta pin. So, you know, the LA pin, get an Atlanta pin. And then, of course, a booklet, which is your program, basically. We were the Pretty Rocks. We became the Pretty Rocks, basically. Still waiting for Seraphim to be the space for the actual game. The transformation space was excellent. That was, I mean, it was so good. Like, I loved Seraphim. I loved, like, because some of us came from the VIP LARP, the Meet the Authority thing, which kind of gave you that, like, test run into the actual LARP stuff, where you were actually going to tables with storytellers and going through little events, or you were actually moving over to, can I be the ugly bubble-head goldfish? Oh my god, here's a fish tank, tag yourselves. Seraphim, Seraphim, like, I like that the music was low, like, we could talk, and then we had the Succubus Club. The Succubus Club for the actual, like, like, incredible. And then, yes, moving on from that, you have, Darkness Emergent back in LA next year. Do I even have my little bookie thing? Hold on. I'm just gonna do that real fast. Hoodie bit. It helps to have the book, because you have the actual dates in there. Yeah, Darkness Emergent back May 21st to 25th, 2026. So next year, same dates. Going to be a fantastic time. I definitely want to come back because the Biltmore was fantastic. And then, of course, Darkness Emergent at Sea. They're doing a cruise. Like, I need to get on this cruise. I don't know how I'm getting on this cruise, but I'm freaking getting on this cruise. It's insane. Tickets are on sale right now for the Georgia event. They will be on sale for everything else later. I actually think you can already put down payments on the cruise. Fun fact for cruise people who are interested in that. Yes, the open bar stuff. Are you kidding me? I want to talk about the cruise real fast. So if you want to bring someone to the cruise and they're like, I'm not really in for the LARP, they are selling NPC tickets, which are basically people who can come to the cruise but won't actually engage in the LARP, which is fantastic. There's going to be like a discount on the ticket, but they have an NPC pass, so they can come, they can support you and be your ear when you have to gab about all of the drama and look over you while you sleep during the day because you were up too late. But yeah, I think that's a really awesome move that they're doing. NPCs get a different pass and are barred from the LARP events, basically, but they can hang out on the cruise. There are ghouls, lovely, basically. Cruise rooms are 1 to 4 people, share the costs. That's fairly smart. I'm hungry. 200 down if you make a down payment before the end of the month. Yeah, I think the end of the month is tomorrow. So, if anybody's interested, I'll hold up the QR code to get in on That little thing. There you go. It should work with your phone. Gotta get rid of the ring light. There you go. Get your $200 off by tomorrow. How's that? How's that, everyone? That help? If anybody needs it for longer, let me know. When's the cruise again? There's where the dates. It's no specific dates right now, but 2027. So you have February 2027, and it also is going out of Miami, I believe. So obviously you would have to get yourself to Miami, but the cruise would go off from there. Gotta pop out, go back to work, have a great rest of your stream. Thank you so much for coming. Like, seriously, thank you for hanging out. That's the tea on the upcoming events. It's like the second week of February. There you go. Let's, for the time being, we're gonna open up the final giveaway. The giveaway featuring, once again, stickers, pins, a hat. If you didn't get a hat, get yourself a hat. It's free. But honestly, most importantly to me, Hakata Journal. Are you kidding me? By the way, fun fact, for anyone who wasn't aware, these journals, they're all 50% off on the website. Oh, check out that link. Thank you so much for sharing the link. That definitely helps. These are 50% off on the website, so if you miss out up on the giveaway and you don't win it, they are currently $25, normally like $50. So don't worry, the time is yours. $200 off of the cruise. You can spend that $200, a mere fraction of it, on one of these journals. 2 for 1. How's that? What a steal! 2 for the price of 2. Just kidding. All right, let's bring Max on here. I'm really excited for this conversation. It's good. It's good. It's a good journal. It's real.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. I'm gonna set up this little thingy while we chat, but hello, welcome to the stream. How are you?
Good. I've been, just, participating in chat, hanging out. It's so much fun to hear everyone's stories.
Right? Isn't it wonderful? Yeah. And now I want to hear your stories. You were all over the place. Like, I saw you everywhere this weekend.
Like I said, I made like a Ravnos and kept on moving the whole time.
Your best phrase. That was so good.
I made that up at one point. I was like, you know what? This fits me. I'm playing a Ravnos. That's perfect. Which, oh my goodness. Speaking of playing Ravnos, I'm so sad I didn't get to see my other Ravnos. We tried to meet up. It was a whole thing. Well, my goodness.
See, that's what happens when you're always moving. It's like herding cats. You just can't simply, like, gather Ravnos. Impossible.
Speaking of cats, did you go ahead and see the whole entire, like, cat pictures around? Like, what was that about?
Okay, so I didn't see them. I just saw them being handed out. But from what I understand in the BNS Discord, because they were collecting pictures of cats, somebody took out all of the pictures of everyone's cat and, like, cut them out. And then, were they around? Because look, if that was night 2,
yes,
I would...
It was on night 1 as well. They were actually placing them out during like the first hour.
Nibbles story. Okay.
Nibbles. Nibbles. When I get you. Nibbles.
Let's see. Let me drop this in the Instagram chat as well. I know my Instagram people have just been vibing, but it's all over on. I could have had like the Twitch chat open over on Instagram, but I didn't. What a loss. Next time.
Hey, you know what? Plan for next time.
Yeah. I brought the cutout of my cat home. It's on my fridge now. Cause why? That's so cute. Like, oh my god, the time and effort to cut all those out. Crazy. Thanks for gracing. Thank you for coming. So.
Also, Oh,
Go on, go
I,
on.
I will say real quick, since Sybil is leading, a real quick shout out to the Sanguine people. If you haven't met them, all of the people in Sanguine are so nice, so sweet, so amazing. Just quick shout out while I'm here.
Quick shout out. So yeah. So other than cats, go off on your favorite memories from this weekend and like
Oh,
deep dive.
So, you know what? I will go ahead and tell the story of how I did something that I wasn't supposed to do, because I think
Oh.
that's the funniest, and we'll go ahead and go from there.
Okay, go.
Um, so, my character, Odysseus, emissary of Las Vegas and all that, he was supposed to go ahead and he signed a thing for, the Mountain Talks to go ahead and support the side that was, Camilla was on and all of that. I didn't fully understand it because there was a lot of, things happening before the lead up to the event, and oh my goodness, it got busy. It got so busy.
Oh
Well,
no. Go on.
when the second night came, I saw in that same chat that it was saying, oh, the Anarch delegates are meeting in the back of the Tiffany room. And I was like, well, I'm an Anarch and I signed that paper and I remember being in this thread. So obviously I gotta be there, right? And so I go and I show up and I'm sitting there with all the other Anarch delegates and I'm hearing about, oh yeah, we're gonna have this talk and this talk and this talk. And I'm like, I don't remember hearing about any of this. And I had that realization at one point, I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, I'm not gonna tell the Baron, I'm not gonna tell B-Dave, which by the way, B-Dave, if you're still here, so sorry. But I ended up like out of character asking some of the other players, like, should I just stay? And they're like, you are an emissary, so like might as well. I'm like, you know what? Not only am I an emissary, but I'm Odysseus of Clan Ravnos. It makes so much sense for me to be like, you know what? You guys didn't invite me to the delegations. How dare you? So I went ahead and I just followed along. I was like, I'm totally here. And I walked in with all the Anarch delegates. We all met up. We all had our talks. And the rest of the Anarch delegation went, I won't say great because, we had a little bit of, not infighting, but a little bit of in disagreements. But
Okay.
it was great. Although there was one point where we found out that one of the other representatives in the Anarchs was an Audakis that wasn't supposed to be there. In that moment, all I could think was, oh my goodness, what if they find me out?
That's but so did anyone like realize you were there and weren't supposed to be there?
Other than like two of the other players, which I explicitly told, which was Finn and Toledo. I told those. Oh, and Inez. I did tell those three, but they're like, yeah, no, you're good, and they
good.
just rolled with it, and I was there, and everyone had a great time. So I was so worried that I wasn't supposed to be there, but you know what? Ravnos, we just get into places, we get into things.
That is so good. Like, that's so cool that, like, one, that you're like, I'm not supposed to be here, and two, you inform people and they went, yeah, that's fine. Like, I think, just on that, like, I talked to, because, BJ was talking a lot about, like, there's two kinds of players. There's the players that like play to win, and then there's the players that like play to tell the story. And like I feel like those two players were very like, oh well, we'll see where this goes, right?
And that was the main thing. It was like I realized out of character, like, hey, I don't want to interfere on a plot if I'm not welcome or anything, but if I can, out of character join in, then in character I can absolutely make up like, yeah, my character would absolutely just like be here. Why would you question him? He's an emissary of two different places. He's important.
People like, I definitely listened. What do you mean? Well, I mean, having a character reason to be there is one thing, but like making your character reason be that you like were listening in on information that you weren't supposed to have. Like
Hmm.
that's good. That's
Uh-huh.
good.
And it was just so much fun because that was the clear thing that like set it apart for me is like if I didn't check in with the other players, I felt like that could have been a really bad time or it could have gone wrong or it wouldn't have been fun.
Oh yeah.
But because I had that at a character check-in and like it was like, hey, we're good with this, right? And they're like, yeah, go ahead. It was like there you go. And I think that's probably like one of the most important things that like anyone can learn is don't be afraid to like out of character check in with people on
Yes.
anything you do.
Yes. That's something that I thought was so cool again because this was my first parlor LARP, what I was saying earlier. And like the fact that there is such like an open communication, like this is such a power signal, the crossed fingers to signal that you're talking out of character. Like this is incredible. It's almost like you wish you could kind of like walk up to people and be in public and be like, hey, is it okay if I join you guys? Like, you know, which the reality is technically you could just walk up to someone and say, hi, do you mind if I join you? But if there's something about the like in the LARP scene and like talking out of character that like it feels like such like a power and like a confidence boost in order to kind of like, you know, lubricate like your conversation, kind of get into things, you know? Like, so cool.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, going ahead and making those talks, those ties, those building everything out of character, you know, I am planning on moving on from Odie after LA, you know. I've had my fun, but I'm planning on playing a different character. However, there's been like a few new players that like are already planning on coming to some of the future LARPs that have, you know, I've reached out to and talked with and been like, hey, even though our characters may not have the best reasons to talk because we're so different, I still want to have a reason for us to have a tie. So then when we're on the LARP floor, we can hang out, we can have fun, we can, so then you're not alone, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's cool too. I mean, the ties thing was something, I guess, like I've done that at other LARPs under a different name, just kind of like establishing a mutual backstory, which is just ties. But but some of the conversations that I had in character with the player base, like or not in character, excuse me, pre-character with the player base, like beforehand, I really love like the depth that people are willing to get into. Because I think there's a level of simplicity that people are like, oh yeah, like we met, blah blah blah. Some people were like, okay, cool, so this was this detail, and like you know this about me, and like I know this about you, and this is how we. And I was like, yes, give me more. I want to feed on this, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The drama you can inspire.
Oh my gosh, I still want to know about your coterie and what it is. I forget his name. In the blue veil. What is
The blue.
what
Okay.
what is the hold? What is the tea? Like what is
Okay.
that?
Okay, so first things first, I would like to say I have two coteries technically.
Okay,
Which
okay.
by the way, for people who do not know vampire, that is something that you can totally do. You can have multiple coteries which each have their own goals, their own, you know, it's like having different friend groups or different, you know, like you have your work group and then you have your
Yes.
friend group, all of that, you know.
Mhm.
So don't be afraid to make those ties how you ever you see fit. But
Yeah, the other
for my
coterie.
main so my other coterie I will say is the Palm Springs Barony. Love them. Nibbles and Kamari. They are lovely. They are amazing. They are great. If you got to meet them on the LARP floor, you will find that they are so fun. So Kamari is hilarious, and Nibbles is just a little too knowledge hungry sometimes.
But that's
Uh,
good, especially for a Nas.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The
But
nature.
to answer your question,
You give me the tea.
about my main coterie. So our story is not like too crazy or anything, but me and my character in the one in the veil, Lucius, we actually
Lucius.
our characters a while ago went ahead and one of the other players took like quote unquote took in their character to go ahead and like give them a safe space, let them grow, blah blah blah. And ever since then, we've kind of made it a thing where between the two of our characters, we are the sanctuary. We have we have kindred come to us when they're lost, when they don't have a safe space or whatever, and we give them a home, shelter, connections, and all of that, and we make sure that they can get up on their feet before they go back out. You may have seen two of the most prominent examples of this with our current coterie, Elodie and Lee, if you got to meet them. They're both wonderful players. They were so much fun on the LARP 4. Elodie fucking killed it. I'm not sure if you got to meet her. I had never LARPed with her before, and I actually hadn't really played with her in other games. I was afraid she was going to be shy. She just took the plots and ran. She just went crazy.
I love that. I love that so
goodness.
much. That's so cool. Yeah, now these guys meet me during the social on Wednesday and are telling me about their coterie. And everyone's like, "Yeah, no, they took us in. It was great." And I'm like, "What's the tea? What does he have over you? What do you mean?" And all of you guys were like, "No, he's just a cool guy." I'm like, "I don't trust that. That's sus."
Okay, like genuinely, because like after you had told me that, I had been thinking like, oh my goodness, yeah, this is really weird. Because like we never like had the idea of how could this be twisted? How could we be manipulating them? It's just like, no, we're genuinely like kind of cool kindred.
No way that I was the inciting on that. No way.
I will say my character Odysseus, he tries to play himself a little bit lower, but he's humanity 8. He cares a lot about people and just tries to be generally good. So
This what was it, Lucius you said his name was?
yeah.
Lucius.
Lucius. The player's name is Eric.
Lucius must have reached Golconda, if not holding something over everybody. Like, what?
He does have the Golconda lore sheet.
Oh.
Shush. I didn't say that. And if he hears this, he's probably gonna kill me, but shush.
The internet is forever. But we're all held to secrecy here. We're all kindred that keep secrets, right? Right?
Totally.
Right? Out of character is out of character talk. That doesn't apply to character knowledge.
Yeah.
We have boundaries like ironclad boundaries between our player knowledge and character knowledge. That is the people of Darkness Emergent. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we play to uplift others, That's what's most important.
Yeah. Right.
Out of character, yes. In character, we play. Yeah. I mean, it is funny because Odysseus, he's humanity 8, but he is an extortionist, which how he reasons it as, well, I hurt the bad people. I hurt the people that hurt other people, so I'm justified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's incredible.
But yes.
Oh.
This weekend was so much fun in general. I don't know if you knew this, but I was working registration the whole weekend.
Yes.
And the amount of people I got to meet was so nice. Every single person, like even when the line was so hectic at first, everyone was so patient, so kind, so thoughtful. Let me tell you, if you guys have not been to Darkness Emergent yet, you are going to find the best player base ever.
It's insane. Yeah.
So kind.
It's insane and also safe. Which
Yes.
I think, like, especially having, again, worked at Renaissance fairs, have been to the bigger LARPs and the bigger buffer LARPs and buffer LARPs. Barf LARPs. Buffer LARPs with bigger player bases. Like, there's still, like, again, for as much as organizers try to keep things safe, it's just really difficult to do with like that many people. But like Darkness Emergent, like, so safe. There is such a focus on safety. There's such a focus on communication. There is such a strictness towards maintaining that. It's just I mean, personally, for me as a LARPer and someone in the actual play space and things like that, I was very impressed with the way that Darkness Emergent handled all of that, especially because you're telling vampire stories. You're telling these stories that are very dark, are very scary, really, personal horror especially. That's what the whole thing is about. That's what Vampire the Masquerade is about. And the level of focus on that safety was just absolutely kind of. It's almost like something I haven't really gotten to experience before in this kind of like LARP scene, and I was very impressed. So that's another thing too. I think like if you look at the tabletop game and you kind of go, oh, I don't know if these topics are like going to be something that I can meld with. There is an utmost importance about that safety for the players, and it's great.
And that's why, like, in the back of all of the books and everything, there's all these safety tools that they give, all of these, like, hey, here's how you check in, here's how you do this. When we do the Chops 101 or all of the like intro things, we teach players how to check in with one another. We always are there for each other, and whenever there's an issue, we don't try and judge or discredit. We hear people out, we listen. I work in security myself, and so I'm used to having to de-escalate, make sure people are okay. But seeing how we do it here between like Coop, the STs, everyone, it makes a space that not only do we feel safe, but I feel like a lot of the players make sure to look out for one another as well, instead of just forcing that to be the ST's responsibility or whatever.
Yes, it's awesome. It's a fantastic community. So yeah, if this is something that you're consider doing, highly recommend.
Please. I won't be at Atlanta, but I know I'm going to be at LA, and I would love to see you guys. Trust me, if you want to make ties, who doesn't love making ties with a 300-year-old Smitsi?
Ooh,
that's my next character.
That's your next character? Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Alchemy, cultinic sorcery, just woke up from a 200-year torpor. There's so much. It's gonna be fun.
That's great. Do you want to shout out your Discord for anyone who joins the by night Discord to make those ties?
Yeah, absolutely. Currently my username is Odysseus on the server, but you can find me as Maximum Mayhem. I might as well. Do you mind if I just get all the stuff out of the way so then I can do it?
Get it out.
So might as well get the plugs now, so then we can finish our talk, and then I can just make like a Ravnus and keep moving.
Go on, please.
But yeah, I'm Maximum Mayhem. I am an aspiring voice actor. I am just getting into content creation. That's why if you look at my socials, you'll see they're pretty barren, but I'm slowly working my way into things. I plan on going ahead and probably posting TikTok, like personal diaries for my new character when I start having the costume and everything set up, I am here to go ahead and hang out, have a good time, and just make sure that everyone's okay, because everyone I've met so far, lovely people, amazing. Especially, oh my gosh, were you at karaoke?
I was.
Yes.
That
was so good. That was one of the things I wanted to bring up, was just how fun and engaging the karaoke was. Like, I saw you dancing out in front. You were just going for it.
Yes, because I wanted to make that, like, it needed some vibes when I showed up. I think they needed some lighting or something at the karaoke or something to kind of give it some ambiance. And I was like,
absolutely.
Let's go. Was there a circle of dancers? There was dance. Yes. There were just people dancing. We were out there. We were dancing. We were like raving. Like I was running
people
around. Moshed. We were moshing. Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It was incredible energy.
I was so nervous to dance at first, but I remember Sway started, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do a little salsa in the middle of all the other people dancing, and I started doing it, and like two different people at various points in the song like just came up, grabbed my hand, and we just started swaying together. And oh my goodness, the energy, the passion, the excitement. Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, I think there's something really vulnerable about karaoke, and you know, it's one thing to do it when you're like with your friends in like a little like dark room that you rent, but to do it in front of, you know, all of the LARP attendees that show up in a ballroom with some chairs and a stage, like,
It's
yeah,
it can be scary.
it can be scary. And the entire community went to support everyone who got up on that stage. Like, there was
Mm-hmm.
not a I don't know, a negative vibe in that room. It was
Yeah.
immaculate. It was
Every person got cheered for because it didn't matter your skill or whatever. It doesn't matter if you're good, bad, whatever. Everyone's good in my eyes, okay? Like everyone
Mhm.
has a talent, but to just go up there and to perform, there's a unsaid beauty in performance,
Yeah.
in just the act of, you know, showing yourself like that, that not a
Yeah.
lot of people talk about. In seeing it even in something as simple as karaoke is beautiful.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I want to point out something that Quinn said, which is true. You are a voice actor. The aspiring that the fact that you've made the steps, you are a voice actor.
Hey,
It's
thank
really,
you.
yeah, of course. I mean, for me, especially like as an actor, that's something that like you start out and you're like, I'm an aspiring actor, I'm aspiring voice actor. But it's like, if you've made the initial steps to start doing it, that's it. You have begun. You can take the aspiring out. You are a voice actor.
You guys, oh my goodness, you
It's-
guys are so sweet.
it's very
I
true.
appreciate it.
Please come join my community. We're very inspiring of each other.
I went ahead and joined the server you sent me already, and
Yes.
I already am loving it. And now that I'm here on stream, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna be looking out for your streams in the future. You know,
Oh, I
especially
appreciate
because
that.
like working security, I end up playing in an earbud and just kind of chilling for most of the day. If your stream is going on, like at night or whatever, and I have the time, I'll just listen in.
I
I'll just
appreciate it.
enjoy.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we have fun. We have fun around here. We have a good time for sure. Yeah. So, any last stories and stuff that you want to share with the people, and then we'll close off this thing here.
Oh boy, I could go on and on about, you know, a lot of different stories, you know, from Sanguine having our own little meeting at some point, you know, to the various stories I heard working registration, the clubs and everything. But I think above all else, you know, I think I just am happy to have such a safe space, because like the talk earlier about, you know, with Ryan in The King in Yellow, 21 grams, that was specifically it. That game, you know, it's amazing the kind of vulnerability we can find in this community and each other, the strength we have together, and it's just, oh my goodness, playing these characters, because you see a lot of characters on the LARP floor from all different walks of life, and even though some might be lighthearted, some might be serious, you kind of get a gauge, like B-Dave was saying, for the person behind it a little bit,
Mhm.
and you get a connection because of that, and it's just so beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible. It's incredible what LARP can do for people, for sure.
Yeah, I just would recommend, you know, if you haven't LARPed yet, find a time to reach out to your local community. You know, if you can't LARP, but you know, maybe you play tabletops, that's great. If you haven't even played tabletop, find a group. There are so many places to find groups.
Find
Oh
some
my
friends.
goodness.
Yeah. Or make some friends. Hi, friends.
As
We're meeting at this time.
I I will happily play with others. I only have one current game I'm in, which is every other week I play with my brother a little bit of D&D, but beyond that, I need to probably get back into running World of Darkness more. I want to run Werewolf so bad.
Oh, yeah, that's my next one that I gotta get my, I was about to say sink my teeth into, but that's vampire still. Get my claws in.
Get your paws on.
Get my
Yeah,
paws on, yeah.
get your paws on, yeah. Oh my goodness. I think ooh, probably I think this will be the last story I'll say then.
Sure.
Because I just remembered one that I think at least is very heartwarming, you know. When it's kind of a spanning story, so I'll make it quick. Throughout the whole entire weekend, there were a lot of points where, you know, people had to set up to tear down, you know, and throughout all of it, there were a lot of people that went ahead and went out of their way to find the times to help. It was said during the closing session, but I think it's still important to just bring up again. Every single time that any of the staff needed help, there was someone there. And that was impressive for me. You don't get that very often at, you know, like big events like these. Like I used to go to the Level Up Expo here in Vegas, and you wouldn't really get that very often, you know?
Oh, yeah. No, especially like event management. You are managing the event, and you don't really get any extra hands usually. But yeah, the community is so wholesome in that way.
The amount of times, you know, people will stay up late for it, you know, get up early, or even, you know, on the very last day, there were some people that, you know, hey, the closing panel was going on, but a bunch of people left to go ahead and help, you know, put everything in the what was it, the gold room, put everything away, tear everything down. They all worked together, and that was just so much fun to be able to share stories, chit chat, hang out, all of that while we're doing it. I got to talk to so many people at registration, share stories. Working together is a magical experience. So
That's awesome.
that's it.
And a sub
Yep.
to button the moment here. Thank you so much for jumping on and sharing these stories with us and
Yes.
speaking to the audience. Again, Maximum Mayhem, you're on Instagram and TikTok, you said?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram and TikTok mostly for being active. I am always free to message on Discord. You know, I'm more than willing to hang out with anyone. And one final time, big shout out to Sanguine. If you haven't met those peeps, they're amazing. You know. And quick shout out to my friend Dated Princess. She's actually currently making a documentary based off of this past weekend. When it comes out, y'all should check
Seriously?
it out. It's gonna be amazing. Yes.
Seriously? Oh my god, I know she left, but like hit me up. Oh my god.
Yes.
Do you
I still need to do my interview for that. Oh my gosh, it was so busy this weekend, we couldn't find the time.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I love documentaries. Are you kidding me? Do you have a link tree or a beacons yet for your socials?
You know what? You know what? I should make it. I'll tell you what. I don't have it
I
right
suggest beacons
right now.
for the content that you want to make.
Beacons?
Beacons, BEACONS.ai. And make it account there. I like Linktree. I use both, but I like beacons for content. You'll find it's a little bit more above. Yes, thank you, Quinn, for putting that link in there. I was gonna say let's put some of your links in the chat here so everyone can go follow.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm writing down on my phone real quick beacons.ai because I said I had a whiteboard next to me, but I
You're
decided
lying.
that I'm using my professional microphone, if you can't tell.
Yeah, it sounds you have tones just about as smooth as B Dave's.
Yeah, I had decided that way before B Dave hopped on, and then he hopped on with his buttery mic. I'm like, I don't want to seem like I'm copying him.
No, it's good. By the way, I just thought of something. If you're like, you know what, I still want a title before I say voice actor, say up and coming.
Up and coming.
Up and coming. This is our up and coming voice actor, Maximum Mayhem. How dare you, good
Yeah, I will say, you may have heard me on one very small thing already. If you are a huge fan of World of Darkness, I
I
got to
hear
record something for By Night Studios.
one very small thing for By Night Studios. Get out of here, modesty. You did something
It
for By Night Studios? Heck yeah.
it was for the Enemies of the Night book. If you heard the promo about the what was it, the fledgling being chased by Sabat,
Hold the phone.
that was
You had a recording that went out for By Night Studios, and you're saying you're aspiring. We're gonna shake that
It
out of
was-
you, Max. We're gonna shake it out of you.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Okay. Shout out to therapy. Therapy helps a lot with that.
Heck yes. Check into your nearest therapist. No, you are fantastic.
Yes. Take care of yourself.
You are
my goodness.
fantastic. We're gonna talk more. I'm gonna get you in
Yes.
actual plays. Thank you so much for hanging.
Yes, you were amazing. I'm sorry that the stories were a little bit disjointed, a little bit
Oh.
nervous, can't deny, but
Nothing. No, you were fantastic. I followed, absolutely.
all right. Well, it was a pleasure. Happy to see you all, and all of you have a great night. Take care of yourselves, and make sure to stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. Good night, Max.
Good night.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's close out this giveaway, and then I'm gonna go into how to play for a little bit, and then we'll wrap this up. So, the winner of the second LA by Night, I mean, not wrong, Darkness Emergent LA bag is Joe. No kidding. Joe, congratulations on your win. An anti-posture check? Incredible. So, how to play, now the question is, and Joe, I'll message you. So the question was, how do you play? I have to go to bed, head to work in the morning. It was a pleasure. Yes, oh my gosh, everyone, if you need to go to bed, definitely head out. We are well into overtime. Yes. We are well into overtime, but I definitely want to go into the little details extra, because that is... I'm not streaming tonight. Waiting for my magic pod? Great. So specifically, when you ask like how to play, are you talking about how to play like darkness, like the Darkness Emergent thing? Because we can kind of go into the whole thing. That's great. That's great that you're having a great time with the Nuzlocke. I love that for you. Now I'm crying. Because it's like a LARP. I want to say too, like, how do numbers come into LARP and Darkness Emergent? Okay, so very interesting. What did you will? I'll message you, Joe. I know you. Let's see. So yeah, so we know Vampire the Masquerade, the system. I'm just laughing at everything now. Okay, hold on. Focus up. So we know the Vampire the Masquerade system. We know how the dice rolling works. We know it's a dice pool system. And points on your dice, the tallies on your dice basically equate to your... Is it just VTM without a table? No, it is different. For each point that you have in a stat, it equals another dot in the pool of dice that you're... I'm sorry, another dice in a pool of dice that you're going to roll. The amount of dice that you roll total, the ones that come up 6 or above equal a success, 10 is a grand success, 2 grand success equal a critical success. Ha! Vampires! Yes. So, moving into the laws by night, because there are definitely different ways of doing Vampire the Masquerade. Yeah, there's different ways of doing Vampire the Masquerade. in LARP. We are specifically talking about Darkness Emergent. Give me just a second. Trying to make sure that I say this right, because I'm thinking of like 7 different things right now, and I have ADHD. So, talking about the Laws by Night rules, as written, that are used by By Night Studios and By Night Studios LARPs, which include Darkness Emergent, the way that rolling happens, and a lot of the time there's a bit of like an honor system that applies to actually doing the combats, social combats, whatever, disciplines, whatever, but it's all based on chops or rock, paper, scissors. I experienced one interaction where the amount of like points you have in a stat actually came up in the conversation. A lot of the times your disciplines use on each other or skills use on each other is going to be a standard rock, paper, scissors. Everyone knows the rules. Paper beats rock, rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, right? So when it comes to a stat that like somebody has a higher stat in something versus somebody has a lower stat in something, those come down to ties. So you'll do chops, you'll do rock, paper, scissors. Say you got rock versus rock, you do it one time. That's when we go to numbers. You go to your character sheets and you see who has more dots in that skill. You know, so say for example, somebody was trying to lie and someone was trying to deceive. Whoever had the higher points, if you had higher, or I'm sorry, not lie and deceive, sorry, insight and deceive. If you had more points in insight on a tie, you would learn the information. But when it comes to more dots are points. I'm sorry if I'm using the language and it's confusing. When it comes to like the basic rock, paper, scissors, if the person who is hiding the information loses but has more dots, more points, whatever is higher in that skill, they still lose. So it's almost like you have winning, losing, and tying opens up to where the actual points in a stat matter, if that makes sense. I think it's interesting. There are different ways of doing the rock, paper, scissors, or chopped. You can literally do the hand signals, or they do sell cards, and you can use cards to kind of randomize a little bit, because I know that there's a little bit of strategy to rock, paper, scissors. There's kind of like a social strategy. A lot of times, like if we're not to gender it, but there's a lot of times that men will pick rock first, in which case someone could easily choose paper first, in which case if you're double, like what's the word, like doubles, you know, doing chess a step further, and if you're paper, blah, blah, like, you know, what would trigger something like this to happen. So the one interaction that I specifically saw was somebody inciting on somebody being deceptive or retracting information. And it was specifically with Nelly G commenting on something and somebody doing insight on that to see how she really felt. So that was a skill trade. That was where technically Nelly G had more points in deception or with like hiding information, but it came to a win on the person inciting, so it immediately saw through the deception. Then if you come to, there was a lot of people lurking around. I'll share this with you, which was really cool. Hold, please. Where's my bag? I have a bag somewhere. Where'd it go? It's over here, I swear. There it is. I found it. It was over here the whole time. I'm such a little goof. This was my bag. I got it. I mean, I know we have a love-hate relationship with Amazon, but this was like $15 for something that looks so luxurious and was so nice. Anyway, where are you? I had somebody sneak a note into my bag at the very end, and it was kind of scary. Ugh. Okay. So I had a Nosferatu who was obfuscated, by the way. Obfuscation is something that kind of is just done. This is the symbol for obfuscating. If you see someone like this, no, you didn't. Absolutely not. They are invisible. You cannot recognize them. You cannot acknowledge them. You look right through them if you're looking at them. We play honestly. All right? Although I'll tell you a story about that where I technically wasn't playing super honest. But anyway, I mean, technically I have see the unseen, so I could say, I don't know what my hunger was at the end. She was using aspects like crazy. Also, hi, welcome. Yeah, I forgot that I had aspects. So we'll probably count my, my time that we'll get to that story in a second. Anyway, an Nosferatu snuck something into my bag while I was having a conversation. And the way that happened was they came up to me and they said, hey, I'm dropping something in your bag. Chops to, basically just to do it successfully. So we did rock, paper, scissors. I lost. They dropped the thing in my bag. And it was really funny too, because they were like, do you want me to? And I was like, yeah, just get in there. Just put it in. Do the action. Of course, that is to the consent of each player. I was like, go. Leave it in my bag. It was very cool. It was one of the finale moves on a tie that was playing out, where the note says, and I read, and it will just leave things to speculate for anyone who's playing. We barely use disciplines in Chicago. Yeah. Right? Like, so much of it. It says, how does it feel to not know who speaks about you? To know the very truth of you is spilled out without your control. Thank you so much for the follow. Which, you know, was, I'll tell you, Alina, who, when she saw this message, went like, huh, good luck with that. Because she's like a persuasive bitch. And, yeah, that wasn't happening. I'm gonna try and save this piece of paper. Ooh, I need to get somebody to, like, do one of the, like, spirit sense or whatever on that. That's pretty cool. I should hold on to that. I'm gonna lose that. I'm gonna lose that for the next time I get into something. Oh, I gotta hold on to that. We gotta share a table again soon. We will! I hope that gave you some information on how we actually play. And place. When I LARPed, there was one person that used the middle finger whenever they wanted to dominate. Like, just straight up just like this to them. Like, I know it all now, but seriously want to try soon. Well, may I interest you in the Georgia LARP, the LA LARP next year, or the cruise in 2027? The choice is yours. Ooh. But hopefully I'll see you there. Where am I? Do I have any points I want to make, basically? Which may make it difficult. I flew to LA from New York. I get you. I get you. Executive board drama yet? I touched a little bit on it, but not entirely. Yeah, the executive board drama? Oh my goodness. Like, that was so, like, again, I don't remember all, like, the specific details of it, but, like, I just remember, like, we have our first meeting. You know, Sam, really? Okay, hold on. For everyone, so for anyone who followed and is going to come back, we're going to, I just burped a little bit, excuse me. We're going to go over one of the rules of my stream. Basically, the Feeling Lucky Punk redeem is I will roll 5 Vampire the Masquerade dice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. If 2 of them come up as 10s or a critical success, we do a dance party. Regardless of what's happening. There are additions to that. There are challenges that can be done. I know we want a dance party. I know, and I swear to God, Sam is unfortunately for me very lucky with these. So we'll see what happens. I'm very honest, by the way. I do not lie when these dice rolls come up. I have been upset before, and I will be upset again. There are challenges, though. In that they say challenge and then something. One of them is to not curse for 30 minutes. One is to do a hand swap where whatever game I'm playing, I swap hands, and do a challenge, be it whatever my next task is or whatever. Don't die. And I forget what the third one is. I don't think it's speak with an accent because that's not really a challenge. That's just fun. But if I fail one, I swap out one of the black dice for a red dice. And if that comes up as a critical failure or a skull, then I think right now it says that I extend stream for an hour. But what I'm actually doing now is a Bean Boozled Bean, which for those who are fans of the channel for long enough know, I hate this thing. Word ban. That's what it is. I can't say a word and it sucks for me. I don't want to do these. I don't think I want to do these more than I want to extend the stream an hour. As we can see, I do that naturally from time to time on my own. So this, I don't particularly like the texture of good jelly beans either. So there's really never winning, regardless of if it tastes good or tastes like vomit. But anyway, we do the dice roll. All blanks. All blanks. Not a single one. Can you even see? Not a single one came up. Last time Sam did this, she got 3 critical successes, which was pretty incredible. Okay. This one is the worst because I have to speech jam myself trying to make sure that I do not say the word. Where was I? Right. The executive board mission. So I thought it was great. I did not understand the first part, the briefing. Nice try. Guys, I can't read chat. I can't read chat because then they're mean to me and they make me want to say the word. Hardly call it drama. So, okay, but hold on. Hold on, Chris. It was drama. Kind of. At least. Oh, it's got the dance party. There you go. Guys, stop. It was drama. It just was drama that didn't actually result in anything because the storytellers, or because there was a mistake. But it was still pretty great. It was still pretty great showing up to the meeting and being like, sorry I'm late. I was doing business. Did I miss the tea? Or did I miss the drama, I think is what I said. And everyone went, no, we didn't get to it yet. So good. Of course, that is the word that I use the most. It was so good. Because all of us are sitting here aware of what the aware of what the shit, I said it. Fuck you guys. Fine. Aware of what the situation was. And 2, 3, 4, 5. You guys are gonna make me do a bean, and I'm very upset about it. Whatever. Whatever. What the fuck? Fuck you guys. Whatever. I said it. I said it. I said it. All right. Anyway, so to illustrate the point, I don't like it when I lose these challenges. That was so funny. I mean, I was also late because I had like an hour to get ready, and then I wanted to do the like Instagram video, and I remember I was sitting there. I was like, "What time is it? Oh, I'm late. Oh well, I'll be fashionably late. It's fine." But yeah, so basically, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, basically, again, I kind of ran into it earlier. We were trying to help a Revenant family separate from the Tremere. We had these big like negotiations with the Tremere, which was really good. And then as we were settling it, we found out that names escape me, but basically somebody offered seats to the Baron, basically, on this board of directors that were going to oversee the business that the Revenant family was operating. And one of our things that was part of our briefing was to not offer seats up, or to at least not like let anybody know outside of the outside of the executive board what was going on with these seats that we were potentially going to be able to hold. And it was, who was it? Please someone remind me who sat next to you, Chris. One of my objections in the second video was to redirect the discomfort. Oh, boo! Boo! Terrible objective. One of my objectives, I'm going to read that out loud for Instagram chat. One of my objectives in that second meeting was to redirect the discomfort of the minister's actions into something profitable on the LARP floor. Turn lemons into lemonade. And 07 and Alex were like, oust him, oust. Boo, boo that. I'm so glad that I walked in and called it out. Victor, yes, Victor Price, yes. Yes, I know Evelyn and Sweet Potato, and yes, and Victor, yeah. Victor being Dan being my T twin was so good. So good. We were both like, ooh. Hi. Is this just my executive board hanging out here now? Everyone else went to Project Ghostlight, and we're here talking the drama. Yeah, Victor walked up to the Succulus Club and said, we have a problem. Yeah, Victor came up to me and was like, did you know? Did you hear about the tea? And I went, no, what? And then told me about what happened. And I was like, oh, this is good. I'm still here. I love that. Thank you, Moochie. I'm gonna watch Ghostlight tomorrow for the rerun. I hear you. Wait, what was that? Or shut. I can't read. I can't read, okay? Siobhan. It's Celtic, isn't it? You just have to, the thing is you have to understand is, when I'm streaming, I can't read. Yeah, it was just me. Just me! Twitch brain, can't read. Streamer brain? She's from Cork. Oh, that's so cool. I once found a piece of cork on the beach. Like raw cork from the trees. I was very excited. I had it one time and I lost it. She's not reading it. Hold on. Can I ask you a favor? I saw the favor and then I'm reading everything else. Want to name a Flygon? Name it Bloodlust. Thank me later. Yeah, I literally was talking about how I can't read during chat. I wasn't lying. Gotta go. Good night. Very Vorsted, thank you so much for joining. I did see you enter. It was in the middle of stuff, but thank you so much for coming in. Bloodlust used to call me back in high school. Good. Trying not to yawn. So, just some final closing thoughts on this stream. I hope that the beginning was palatable because I was a little overwhelmed, but there's so much to talk about. Like, I'm trying to think. My experience at Darkness Emergent was incredible. The first night, again, the executive board meeting. Oh no, please. Are you coming to Atlanta? I'm looking to. I'm absolutely looking to. It's mostly a money thing that kind of gets me there, but I may be doing a little road trip with some of these chuckle fucks in chat, so we'll see. I want to. Wait, money, let me help. Give me 2 seconds. Oh my goodness. The first LARP night, the executive board meeting, again, I really thought it was interesting playing my character. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, that's where the Roanoke trip will happen, while we make a pit stop on our way to Georgia. Thank you so much for that sub. I really appreciate you. As an ad starts in 10 minutes. But I'm gonna snooze because I don't think we're doing any more ads. Playing a Toreador in this executive thing, like the executive board, and kind of getting that initial thing, Chris turned to me at one point and was like, do you have anything to say, Alina? And I went, no. But really, what I said was like, oh, I'm just here to learn, which is because it was so like interesting to follow. Because there was a literal like printout of a PowerPoint, which I thought was so cool. It looked like copy and pasted PowerPoints, but it was good. Like it would like in PowerPoints, graphs, but it was good. I really thought it was very cool. Then going into the LARP itself, getting swept up into little role plays and things like that, I thought was really interesting. Feeling how my character vibed with other people was really interesting. Like I've said ad nauseum, I think at this point, the character that I was playing was someone really important to me. What side LARPs do you do again? I didn't do any of them. I was just doing I had a bunch of networking to do during the day, so I didn't invest in the side LARPs, but if I ever see the Yellow King again, I want to get in on that because I love the Yellow King so much. I wanted to, again, money! That's the problem with the side LARPs, is that, like, getting to the event itself is one thing. Like, put it in New York, I will do every side LARP. Actually, that's a lot. But still. Oh, heck yeah, they are. Easily. I hope they do New York. I want them to do New York. There's a Biltmore in New York. Everyone wants New York. That was the thing. Where's the next one gonna be? New York, New York, New York, Georgia. Okay. East Coast, baby. It's still south. Northeast. Where was I? Just the initial LARPing was great. Right, I was talking about, it has been considered in the past. Of course it has been. Of course it's been, because New York, you of course would consider New York. Anyway, character was based on a character that the sire of a character that I played in my actual play Midnight Gravity over on RP Jesters. Streams are good. Hey, what's up, Nate? Everyone, Nate Brass. The character's a really important story that I wanted to tell. Chris, if you ever put an ear to Midnight Gravity, the spot that you would be filling would be the spot of a character named Felix, which comes up in the show. And again, I think I mentioned this to you, the similarities in some of these conversations were so cool. And I don't think I mentioned this. I learned something about the character in the conversation with you that I wouldn't have considered. But I really liked having someone in the Ventru mindset to apply this. And like, I want to take this story and I want to put it into, like a TV format or movie format or something. And like, that is going to impact the story. Which was specifically the idea or the notion of signing a contract. I really liked that. Or like a, refillable contract, I should say. I thought that was great. Yes, by the way, Nate is the guest star in our Old Gods of Appalachia campaign, Blood on the Reeds. Please, if you like horror, oh, for the love of God, do not hold yourself back from this one. It's so good. Absolutely fantastic. Happy Saturday. Oh, we've made it here on the East Coast of Saturday. Your girl needs to go to sleep. Day 2 was chaotic. So much fun. It was so fast moving. I really wish I touched it. I think the reader was so good. That was such a venture move, Chris. It was so good. It like, again, that will apply to the narrative moving forward, because that is fantastic. I seem to be continuously one episode behind, but I love it. It's okay, because it takes time. On our podcast, our episodes tend to be about an hour long. The first episode of Blood on the Reeds went for an hour and a half, but it's reasonable. It's reasonable. Again, day 2, chaotic. I loved it. I loved the personal RP stuff that I got to do with Chris, with Anna, Dane, and Bay. You know who you are if you're listening to this. And yeah, just incredible. Just absolutely fantastic. The By Night Studios team and the Darkness Emergent team really hit it out of the park with this one. I think to put out like things that I'm looking forward to in the future is more LARP time. I think I would love that. Or even just like soft RP hours or spaces to just exist in to soft RP in general. I think that would kind of give people time to play out their personal stuff, or to kind of just like have fun in character that doesn't necessarily so that way when they get into the actual LARP sections, they'll have time to be like, okay, well, I got this personal stuff out of the way, or this needs to develop. Like, I want to get into the meat and potatoes of what my faction's doing, what the story's doing. I think DE would really benefit from more soft RP time. But other than that, like, I mean, just that's some of like my main thoughts that I would love to see going forward. I still love it. You really can't do wrong. I've talked ad nauseum about the player base. I've talked ad nauseum about the care that people put into this. I've talked ad nauseum about what LARPing does for you as a person. If you're considering a LARP in the future, if you're considering a parlor LARP in the future, if you're considering just having a good time with some friends, definitely check out Darkness Emergent. Again, events coming up. We have the November LARP in Georgia. We have the May LARP next year back in LA. And then we have the cruise in 2027 in February. I will, with my power, attend as many, if not all of those, if I can. I would love to come back. I would love to play with people. I would love to see you there. But that is going to be it for me right now. And what a time to do it. I think... Did everything die? No, I think just Instagram died. Good night, everyone. We're gonna do a raid out. I'm not gonna touch OBS. I'm not touching it. It might be dead. I am unsure. But like I said, we are gonna raid out. Let me see. Who's still? Is anyone still streaming? Okay, fantastic. We're gonna We're gonna raid into Smoking Glue Guns, who is currently playing Dungeons and Dragons. Absolutely incredible people over here. Actually, oh my gosh. Yeah, we're raiding into Story Dad. Our ministry mischief maker is currently over on Smoking Glue Guns, so we're gonna go over there. Thank you for 3 Thank you for DE so much love. DNS puts a lot of work into make these events for. Oh, it's great. Absolutely fantastic. Oh heck yeah! This is the perfect raid out. I can spell. Everyone who wants to stick around for the raid, definitely shout out Aaron, Story Dad, and you can be like, we know about your deal with B-Dave. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate your attention. I highly recommend you guys leaving a lurk for your Smoking Glue Guns. Whitney is a fantastic streamer, incredible creator. They're doing a fantastic game right now that I highly recommend you stick around and listen to. I'm sure you could catch up if you really, like, you know, if you're looking for questions, I'm sure they'll answer you as to what's going on. You're wonderful. Thank you, DE, for showing me so much love. I felt at home there, and I love that. Have a great rest of your night. I will see you guys next time, alright? Peace out, y'all. Here we go. Let's see if this will switch. We'll see what happens. Okay, I think... Okay, we're good. Oh god, we're doing something. Okay, bye.